How's it going? How's it going? So, bit of a change today. I was going to do wukong, but I'm probably I did a post earlier in the week, but basically I'm probably gonna step away from playing single player games so much on stream. I kind of want to divulge more into, like, you know, online games, multiplayer games, and just chatting, because I do think it is nice to just chill and have a good chat, watch some videos together, stuff like that. I also want to bring back Naraka, a bit more League, Marvel Rivals as well, and Supervive, which is a new game that I've been playing. So yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna go. So today I thought we'd just take it a bit easier and start with some just chatting and then go from there. So yeah, let me start then, I guess. So it's been quite a interesting week, to be fair. I've been kind of shifting up the like content for YouTube. Obviously, when originally I was doing like my my lore videos and reviews, and then I was pushing back the lore videos to start focusing on pushing back the reviews to focus on more lore videos. But I've kind of had a change of direction. I've basically blasted out some recordings a couple days ago and sent them over to my editor, and hopefully we'll start pushing them out. In the meantime, I've still got everything scheduled to release, so I'll still do them. I'm not saying reviews are gonna go away, and I'm not saying lore videos are gonna go away. If there is enough interest in the future, then I will return to those to finish up the series. I just think right now it's not really the direction I want to go with YouTube specifically, and at the same time it also kind of affects stream. So obviously, like, the last couple of months, streams are basically being quite focused on playing one specific game over several streams and then doing the review. I as much as I like it, I know from like a viewer perspective, it's not fun. It's not entertaining. Yeah, you can have some fun watching me play certain games, but it's not really enjoyable overall. Obviously, people enjoy stuff like League and Naraka and Marvel Rivals, where we can have not just hey Vork, how are you doing? Yeah, so the more enjoyable for like the more enjoyable for the viewers, because it also opens up viewers being able to join in and play games as well, and it's a bit more action packed as well than watching me play a single player game, isn't it? So yeah, we'll be bringing back the League streams. We'll be bringing back Naraka as well. I'm actually really happy with Naraka. So if you don't remember, there was an outfit that I was trying to get for my main character on it, and it was like a it was a mythic rarity outfit, which is like the rarest rarity in the game. And it's basically, they've got like a gacha system for no worries, Volko. Yeah, so the outfit was makes for a better backdrop. Hey, fair enough. Yeah, so the outfit was like mythic, and it's basically, the way it works is you can get it out of a chest, and the chests have a very small chance of mythics dropping, but in the first 100 pulls you're guaranteed one mythic. And then normally most chests they release give you one every 100, whereas because it was in one of the more common chests that like sticks around permanently, you only have one chance to get a mythic basically, and then after that it's all RNG. and my REG has been abysmal because I've took every opportunity to like get free chests and get those chests specifically, and I opened over 400 chests and still didn't get it. In fact, I only got one mythic from those chests, which I'm not complaining about the mythic because it was a nice one. But yeah, I really wanted the outfit because it's really cool looking, and it gives him some like unique kill animations where basically when you kill someone in a fight, it has like some tiger claw swipes appear and then like a tiger roar, which is quite nice. But it also when he uses his ult, he like the armor changes, it like flies off, and he's got all these like glowing tattoos and stuff, so it looks really cool. But because it's their anniversary, they actually gave us some chests, and one of the chests was give me 1 second, I need to read something. No worries, sorry about that. Right, so yeah, they actually gave us a chest for the anniversary, and that chest let you pick a mythic from a certain amount. It was mainly the ones you get in the chests that are permanent, and that was one of the options, so I instantly jumped on it. I was like, yeah, I'm not missing this opportunity, because I was staring at it for a long time as well when it was like offering me the choice. I was like, wait, is this a permanent option, or is it like a temporary one where I basically rent the item for a few days, rent the cosmetic? But yeah, it's permanent, and I'm so happy because in fact, I'll just open the rocker and we can have a look. But yeah, basically, like, I've got two versions of outfits I use for the character. One is obviously like the Wukong look, but the other one is Lubu, which is a historical character, appears in many like Chinese games. He's basically like this really strong warrior that like is basically known as the strongest at his time, and on top of that, politically he basically couldn't be trusted because he would betray every single person that he worked for and in some cases kill them. Like, he was such a bastard basically, but he has such a cool look. It's quite similar to, like, I suppose similar to Wukong's look in a way, because he has like the crown with like the feathered plumes that come off. But yeah, I'll boot up Naraka and show you the two outfits. But yeah, we'll be playing more Naraka. I've been playing it recently. Oh, 1 second. Never mind. Yeah, I was playing some games today actually, and I was so gutted I wasn't streaming it because I got into a trios game, right? And I don't know how, but it had unticked full party. So I got placed by myself in trios, and I shit you not, I soloed 3 parties by myself and got to 2nd place. I was like, what the hell's going on? Hey, how you doing, Gravy? How you doing? Yeah, shit you not, I was so close to dying as well. Like, the first party jumped me and I killed them with my ult. Like, my ult came up just in time, and I just used it, and like I cleaned all 3, cleaned 2 of them with it, and then finished off the last guy. I was so happy. Right, let me zoom into the right. I've added a new addition as well now, so I've got my chair, so we can chill in the corner and whatnot. But yeah, I'll show you the outfits quickly. Honestly, it's such a cool looking design. But yeah, that game though, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I doing so well? Because I had like such bad armor and weapons for the longest time. So yeah, that's the one, as you can see. It loads. So the default one I normally use is this one, which is basically just Sun Wukong. When I've got the staff, I've got the weapon skin for it. He's got like a Wukong voice as well. It's really nice. I actually really like the armor design as well. I think it's really nice. In fact, originally when I was getting my 2.0 designed, one of the major things that I tried to have on my right arm was a bracer with all the beads around it, but it just looked off. So we ended up removing the bracer, but we kept the beads. And obviously you can see that in my current design now, where I've got the beads all over my arm, similar to that. But the new one that I use a lot is the Lubu design. Like this armor, I've been trying to get this armor for the longest time, and it's such a cool set. Like basically, when is it gonna play the animation? It's not. Basically, when you ult, no, it might do it eventually, but when you ult, basically like the top half of the armor just like flies off, and then he's just got like loads of glowing red tattoos, like tiger claw tattoo type things. Looks really cool. It's not gonna do it, is it? Just my luck. It's such a clean outfit anyway. And then like the hat was like the helmet thing was from a collab with Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Basically it was Lubu's helmet in it. So I was like, yeah, that plus that is so perfect. The only thing I kind of want to change is the hairstyle. So I'm using this one at the moment, but I would like this one. Like this one in black would be perfect, I think, but I just can't get it right now. And then like none of the other, I suppose that ponytail one isn't too bad. In fact, I could buy that right now. Might just do that. I don't know if I can change the color of, I can't, but that might be a good choice as well. I do like the ponytail ones. That's too long though. That's also too long. Nah. Like this one's probably the most ideal in my opinion. In black. That's the end goal one for him, but I can't get it right now. Suppose I could get this one, but what am I using right now? It's this one, isn't it? Let me just get that. Fuck it. There we are.
This is gonna be a blood.
There we are. That's what it does. So when he ults, he has like the armor like peel off, and then he's got like all like tiger stripe tattoos on him, and it lasts for the duration of your ult. It looks really cool. But it also does this. So when you kill someone, it does like the tiger visual thing, which is just perfect. Damn, I'm happy I finally got it. Yeah, that's that. Let's jump off this for a bit. Frozen a bit there. Yeah, so we'll be bringing back Naraka. I'm looking forward. Right. So yeah, that's Naraka. I'm looking forward to playing it more on stream, because when I was streaming it, I really enjoyed playing it. And then like I just kind of took a break from it and just stopped. And then I was just like, wait, I was playing it the other day. I was like, wait, why did I stop playing it? Because it's such an enjoyable game. But yeah, we'll bring that back. There's a new mode on it as well, which is, it's like an extraction mode. So you go around, you like fight people, you loot stuff, and then you try to get out. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, because it does feel like a lot of games are starting to go the route of extraction games, or having like an extraction game mode in it, which is interesting. Obviously, we've started playing Supervive as well on stream. I'm enjoying that at the moment. Games are fairly quick to get into as well, which is quite nice. The only kind of issues I have with that right now is so you kind of lock to trios. There's no option to do like solo or duo. It's trios and trios only, which I think could, like, they could add a solo and duo mode, but yeah, I suppose we'll have to see what the future holds for that. The other thing is, I'm not a huge fan of the way the relic stuff works. So essentially, you've got items. So you've got boots, fist. I think they're called fists. I can't remember. And relics and perks, and they are like items you can buy in the store when you play it in the game, for that match, to give you like various bonuses and stuff. However, most of them are locked at the start of the game, and you unlock them by getting a currency through playing, and then spending that currency either to buy them specifically from the vendor, where they've got certain ones available at every so often, or you buy them. You buy like a chest, and then you open that chest, and you'll get like a random one in the chest. But you also get duplicates, and the duplicates, so you need 4 of them to upgrade to rank 2, and then another 4 to upgrade them to rank 3. I would like it if they were just like the base level was available, and then you just get in the chest to unlock them. Especially with like the perks, for example. Well, not necessarily the perks, but the items, because the items, at least the common ones. Well, you've got the common ones, which are okay, but I think the uncommon ones should be like available from the start, and then perks and rare, epic, legendary ones you should be able to unlock that way, because they do make a significant difference. Like, there's one I use, which is an epic, that when I drop below 50%, I get a bunch of omnivamp, so lifesteal, and it lasts for so long. But then rank 2 gives me a shield as well, and improves the amount of lifesteal I get, which can be pretty clutch in a lot of situations. So yeah, I think they should have just made them available from the start. But yeah, we'll see what happens. League wise, I don't know how often I'm going to be streaming League. I think we'll do, if we do stream it, it will probably mainly be ARAMs, just because I kind of want to be more chill and relaxed. But I'll throw in the occasional, like maybe normal or ranked here and there. But we'll see. Anyway, I think we'll jump in, probably chill and watch a few things on YouTube. There's a new Video.
Are you starting a business? Do you need a logo? Design.com offers the world's #1 AI logo generator and a massive library of beautiful logos.
Pirate Soft.
We're going to watch Turkey Tom's video on Pirate Software, which, what about Earth Arena? Yeah, I might do them from time to time. I'm not really, the thing is, I'm not really a fan of Earth because to me, it's just basically Summoner's Rift with a few changes. And I don't mind the one where it's like it's basically ARAM, but with Earth, because I like the randomness of like not having to pick your champion for that game mode. But I think with Earth in general, it's just kind of boring because people just find what's the strongest thing to play instead of just playing what they want, which can ruin it a bit. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, let's go back. Oh, let me get me YouTube. Or is it smaller now? Give me a second. There we are. I don't know why that was smaller. Right. Yeah, Arena. I don't know. I've got to be in the mood for Arena. And the thing with Arena is like, I just kind of feel there's so many other better games for that type of content, that type of gameplay. So I don't know. I don't really think Arena's for me. Anyway, let's jump into Pirate Software. Criticism not welcome.
Software, or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a
he has been in so much trouble, like not trouble but drama, like the last year or so.
Hacking, video game design, and YouTube drama. During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million.
Yeah, because he blew up so fast from his shorts, didn't he?
Award. It got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors.
Yeah.
But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of his career, and his connections ruined. And no one feels even
Caleb's
a little bad for him.
Wait. Has Caleb Hammer done a video on him as well?
Thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing.
Oh, he's reacting to it. Okay, I was gonna say, because Caleb does like, he's got a show called Financial Audit where he does like, he has like people come on and he discusses their finances with them and basically tries to help them sort out their debt and stuff. We might watch one or two as well today. They're like such good videos, man. It's like half the stuff that they talk about like doesn't affect like me being like a British person. But yeah, it's his videos. Oh, because some of the people that come on, you're just like, what the hell are you doing, man? Just like, you know, just listen to his advice. But yeah, we'll probably watch one of them or two of them in a bit.
Every aspect of his career and his connections ruined, and no one feels even a little bad for him.
Yeah, nah, Pirate Software has done a lot of it to himself.
That he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits,
all he had to do was just admit his fault, and he just doesn't want to.
So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong, we have to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's hard to say given how little is credibly known about this time period of his life, but it's possible he failed.
He changed quite a bit over 2 years, hasn't he?
During high school, he took part in the anime club, led the comic club, and listed himself as being a self-employed freelance security researcher and developer, providing a variety of web security related services for multiple clients. He even noted that he learned how to say no to a superior when something is beyond a project scope. The
why would you
reality
like put that on like your LinkedIn or whatever?
He conveniently didn't list the facts that he ran a quote-unquote company out of the game's second life called Darksphere Creations. But what services did Darksphere Creations provide, you might be asking? The answer is 3D avatars of furries with boobs for second life, all of which were listed under his in-game name, Maldavius Figtree.
Why didn't he list that, man? Why didn't he list that?
Mr. Figtree wasn't just one among many avatar designers.
Maldavius Figtree, what a name.
Not exactly for good reasons. Firstly, he apparently vandalized an in-game region, and soon after, he fired someone named Wingless Emoto from Darksphere, accusing them of being lazy, despite the fact this person got paid on commission, not a salary. As per the article reporting on this situation, Jason continued to sell Emoto's avatars after her departure, without paying her anything. While it's small in scale, this on its own gave a small window into Jason's not-so-legitimate online endeavors. Even this
That's pretty fucked though, like selling something that
grew, as
he doesn't own
between Emoto and Jason were posted.
After firing the person.
She hadn't been working lately was because her tablet was broken. Interestingly enough, she clearly saw her Second Life job as a silly hobby she did because she enjoyed it, while Jason tried to act like he was really running a company and that it was all very serious business.
Yo, listen. The amount of times I have played a game, like an online game, and had people that like, so like Final Fantasy 14, right? I used to, there was like you had RP and stuff, so I used to actually RP on there, and one of the things that I used to do, we had like bars you could go to, nightclubs and stuff. It's pretty cool, to be fair, because you used to like jump on, you go to like someone's mansion on there, and it would be turned into like a giant like bar with, well, like a giant club with like a bar and everything, and like a dance floor. And you know, you'd have like a live DJ on Twitch playing, so you'd just have their music playing, you'd be dancing and chatting in game and stuff. It was pretty chill. But there was so many people in like that RP space that like they let it get to their heads with like the RP itself. They were like so like focused on this virtual world. It was crazy. Like people in charge of like the clubs and stuff would like start treating it like it's a proper business and that, and like being all shady and like trying to backstab people. Like, it was crazy, man. Like there comes a certain point where you need to step away from a virtual world and look at your own world, like your own real life, if you're taking it that seriously. And to hear that like Pirate Software may be that kind of guy in Second Life, yeah, it's kind of sad.
He complained that she played WoW too much instead of actually working, an omen of Jason's own future. But more concerningly, he remarked that she was underage, which he knew because he had met her in real life, as she lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually resurfacing,
what is he? Hold on. I know because I met her IRL. She lives 2 hours away from me. Why is he sending the fucking emoji with the tongue out after that? That just comes across creepy, man.
Life, as she lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually resurfacing much later on, attached to suggestions that he had done something inappropriate when they met IRL, Jason has addressed it and explained that she was 17 while he was 19, and they didn't do anything beyond talking when they met. While there's no reason to doubt his defense here.
So basically, what I'm getting from this is they've probably met up. He's probably tried to like push some advance on her, and she wasn't interested, and then he's just kind of held it accountable since then, and then you like just basically like fired her from his Second Life company after that and tried to find an excuse. That's how it usually goes, isn't it?
The business with Emoto is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his infamy in Second Life. By simply perusing the comments, you immediately find dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. Using the comments,
let me see. This is not only hypocrisy from Maldavius, but greed. Wingless's avatars were pulling in a lot of cash, managing minimum wage on some weeks, even though half of the profit from each of her avatars sold went to Maldavius. It seems quite obvious to me that Maldavius has fired her to get his hands on the other half of the cash from her avatar sales. Like how's it? But the thing is, like, surely he's got to sit there and think, wait, if I fire her, where am I going to get, like, because he's probably got like a certain amount of avatars he can sell that they've got like pre-made. But like, surely there's going to come a point where those avatars run out. And then, like, what's he going to do? Because he doesn't make them. This Wingless Emoto does.
You immediately find a
Wingless Emoto, if you're reading this, do you do custom avatar work? I'd like to meet with you to discuss a potential commission.
Dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. First,
you immediately let me read that last one.
Of other people attesting to Jason's bad.
Oh God, the drama, it burns. I think you're all forgetting the source of Maldi's butthurt. Warehouse 3. Maldi has this uncontrollable desire to get like Blizzardware. Okay.
Game behavior. First, he's
trying to treat it like a friggin' actual business, isn't he?
In a real life $22,000 a year universe.
He also went as far as enrolling in the real-life Woodbury University in an attempt to gain control over the Woodbury sim that was planned at the time after it got shut down initially. Yes, that's right, folks. He actually went as far as enrolling in a $22K a year school to get control over something in a fake world. He's backstabbed countless people, even harassing. Wow, what a fuck... What a likable fella, eh?
University called Woodbury, just so that he could be allowed into Woodbury's Second Life region.
That's
going
crazy.
As far as to harass people in real life.
He backstabbed countless people, even harassing people in real life and getting others to harass them outside of Second Life until they drop out of existence one way or another. Has conducted DDoS attacks using HTTP requests from within Second Life and will more than likely attack this site now. Somehow he's managed to skirt past all the
and conducting DDoS attacks to gain control of it.
That's crazy, man.
Got kicked out of.
He not only destroyed the Woodbury sim layout, but he bugged any and every object he could find, or hid objects in the wall to log chats and log who is in a certain location. He does this with many of his creations. He'll hide scripts in a 0.010x, 0.010x, 0.010 prim amongst normal prims. He also wrecked other builds he's been involved in. What a great guy he sounds like, really.
The region, which gives context to the earlier mention of him vandalizing an in-game region. If all of this is true, this story alone depicts Jason as having a hunger for trivial, petty power that's so
he seems really petty if it's true.
Real-life money to get it, and is completely incapable of accepting defeat. Other people point out that Emoto's avatars were actually pulling in quite the decent amount of money. And here we have the establishment of another recurring theme. Jason demanding payment and credit despite not working. First, he took at least 50.
Who cares if she wants to stop working? Now that 50% of everything she already made is enough money for her right now. Like, she's already said that Second Life is just a game to her outside of her IRL activities, but he's right. Like, if this is him typing or saying it, he's treating it like it's life itself, like it's the most important thing. Like, her stop working is her stop working in IRL when it's just a game.
50% of her revenue, apparently just because he put together the storefront for the avatar she created. I say at least because as
so he put together the storefront and wants 50%.
The money went through him before it got to her, supposedly for tax reasons. This means he could make up whatever the amount she was owed and underpay her.
Wow, so there's a good chance that he was probably just like giving her a smaller amount of the profits than she actually deserved,
while keeping the rest for himself. But if that weren't enough, he also took credit for Emoto's work, as he clearly told the
Funky Furry Maldavius Fig Tree owns Dark Sphere Creations, as well as being a talented sculptor.
Related publications who interviewed him that he was the one sculpting them. Another one of the comments here read, he wants to be my business partner, so I took him on board. He did approximately 80 minutes of work against my 30 hours and expected to get half the cash. Then, when I complained about this, as well as being constantly ignored for 2 weeks, he gave me a speech. Do you know how good of a scripter I am? How much I'm worth? I make $8,000 a month.
Wow, what a dick.
At this stage, the alarm bells rang, and I quickly hit the delete and silence button. It's all a shame, really, especially as I had a deadline to meet, and this all reflected badly on me. You might be wondering how we got away with this.
What a likable character.
Well, Jason is the son of Joey Ray Hall, one of gaming company Blizzard's most senior employees, and he apparently used this fact to issue vague threats toward.
The reason he gets away with it, he's the kid of a noted Blizzard programmer who developed StarCraft and LO. Doesn't want to make waves in the gaming industry. That his own dad thinks he's no account loser and won't pay for his education because academically he sucks ass, doesn't seem to enter into the equation. But guys, he's never mentioned that his dad worked at Blizzard or that he worked at Blizzard. Come on.
Anyone who might have reasons to report him. Long after his Second Life days, Jason continued to flaunt this on his streams.
No, my dad didn't inspire the WoW guy from Southwark. My dad
is the WoW guy from Southwark.
He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on the episode with Matt and Trey, and they turned him into a character. Yeah, that's actually him.
While the tactic of claiming to be friends with people in the industry who can make other players' life hard may not seem like much, this was just one of Jason's many strategies to get his way.
I've seen him threaten.
And LOL claimed that Jason went way beyond just taking money for Emoto's work. Maldavius was apparently quite close to his Second Life business partner in real life, at least before he banned her from his Sims, destroyed her reputation, and concocted all manner of absolutely unrepeatable lies about her mental health and her status in her profession.
Wow.
I refuse to allow myself to believe these allegations without question, especially when she contacted me asserting that the stories were false. A word to the wise. If Maldavius calls you on Skype, chances are he has some elaborate lie to tell you that he hopes will destroy your objectivity and impartiality.
What a likable guy he is.
After I began to question this, my manager privileges were revoked, allegedly because I was never in Second Life. He banded together with a bunch of his residents and decided that I had helped people attack the sim based on who knows what information. Then he delivered the sledgehammer blow. No one likes you.
The girl don't like you. Nobody likes you.
I had seen this before. Maldavius used these same sort of groupthink tactics to sway the weak minds of his furry friends. For some reason, his words carry an air of authority, and people tend to believe him. In this same section, other alarming patterns begin to appear, with Jason being described as a vengeful furry who always paints himself as a victim, and a
he's one of them.
Likes to think he's
always
God
the victim, never
multiple times,
never the perpetrator.
Low-level in-game scams. But most scathing of all of this is that many of his in-game scandals, which unfortunately we have almost no info on, happen to revolve around him doing not safe for work things. As it turns out, Maldi, short for Maldavius, was into being the receiving end of some yiffing and enjoyed knots.
You like kissing boys, don't you?
The world is a mess.
While there are a good few posts mocking this on its own, only one poster went into detail about how this related to Jason's online infamy. On Maldavius himself and his contributions to the company, he doesn't do much. I'll admit he's an accomplished scripter, or he fakes it rather well. It's believed by many that, as with many other things he's taken credit or payment for, he copies others' work and puts it in his own name. He knows how to script.
Copyright then.
Programming. I know for a fact he's inefficient as hell with it though, and I sometimes doubt he could pull off many of the things he does on his own. However he comes about his scripting, whether through copying and pasting and fixing things here and there, or writing the occasional thing on his own, they aren't very marketable and are rarely innovative. Last I saw, he had maybe 5 products for sale in his own shop, all variants on particle effects. I've never seen one bought or used. It seems the only thing Maldavius contributes to his own company is drama, whether in the form of slave driving, manipulation, or sex
just
scandals.
contributing
His
drama.
Action seems to hurt his precious company. His employees are constantly being shuffled in and out the door as he fires anyone who disagrees with him for a second on anything, then rehires them when he realizes he can't do anything on his own. He has a craving for power that may exceed his ridiculous greed for money. Every chance he gets, he manipulates anyone he can, and he has plenty. He tries to surround himself with weak-minded, submissive, insecure individuals. Easy to find in the furry community he immerses
easy
himself
to
in.
manipulate.
Much of the drama in his little world centers around his
Disgusting.
nodding. Female employees in his company, as well as any female landowner on his Sims unlucky enough to attract his attention,
Right.
company, as well as any female landowner on his Sims unlucky enough to attract his attention, which isn't hard, he spends a lot of time spying on people, are invariably subjected to constant sexual harassment.
Wow,
If they refuse
that
his
must be
advances,
nice.
He threatens them. Sometimes he holds their employment over their heads. Sometimes he threatens to reclaim their land. Sometimes he just bans them from the sim. If he has any personal information on them at all, he uses that. However, because he
what?
seeks out
It's
the
like,
weak-willed, submissive, and
this
desperate,
coming
many
out is
false
just
his
like
advances and
really
even
showing how
textual nasty with
unlikable
him.
he
then
is.
holds this over their heads as more personal ammunition against them. We've all got screenshots. I could go on and on, but I'll just throw in one more thing. He has a fetish for creamsicle-colored huskies. He loves that curly tail.
Oh,
What if the next step in your career is
what a weirdo, man.
with Coursera Plus? Learn from more than
Now we get an ad.
5 experts.
With this context established, it's important to remark that Jason eventually addressed this when it resurfaced, specifying that nothing ever happened between
The shit both who's wingless and I repeated happened. Now have to go again because terminally online children like you discovered the internet and believe everything they say. We both almost 14 of being friends nearly
him
20
and
years.
Emoto, so much so that they made up a few years after the situation between them went down. To further support this, Emoto also made a tweet reinforcing that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. So it's safe to say that any claims revolving around him being a creep in this circumstance are not true. As for the many people who claimed he was doing sexual stuff with Second Life, there's no sign that any of them were minors, so even if what he was supposedly doing was weird, it definitely wasn't illegal.
Yeah, I
Eventually,
suppose
a
there
Reddit
is
thread
that.
was made on r/YouTube drama, compiling not just the comments I just went over, but a few new additions as well, not just bolstering the claims that Jason would attack anyone who denied him some Second Life nodding action, but adding some new ones that honestly are much more concerning. Specifically, there was a comment in another article which read, Moldavia's fig tree has violated a female priest in real life, then engineered a mass nationwide 911 calling spam campaign to try to get her committed to an insane asylum so this woman wouldn't tell his real life girlfriend about their affair, whose recording of Jason cranking his hog is now available on the intertubes. This claim was echoed by
Please don't show that. Please don't show that.
The nun thing. This is something he spoke to me in huge great detail over a few times. The story would change a bit each time he'd tell it, but basically he was so good, so manly, so amazing, and rocked a nun's world so hard that it broke her brain, and she would denounce her faith.
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend
What
of
a
mine.
man.
I was just about to
Yeah,
visit. How's he doing?
what a man.
Shake the nuts you got up there.
That was the main story. Sometimes there would be alterations.
He's
of her
so
stalking
manly.
him, her breaking the law for him, her becoming a goth coven nun.
I'm gonna come.
Remember, he was early on in his career being a habitual liar and isn't particularly intelligent or gifted at it, so there were constant holes. While the suggestion that he violated someone is completely baseless, what could be the case here is that during his Second Life days, Jason told people a tall tale about banging a nun. But even then, this claim is pretty isolated, and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented.
Yeah, he's probably removed them to distance himself, hasn't he?
A discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather, or furs of a fur, or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009, he got himself a job.
Yeah, he was ready to move on.
The same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face value, there's nothing terribly wrong with his dad getting him a job, but despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically more technical play testing. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that, but it was more than enough enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former co-workers of his have since shared their testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was, indeed, a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over several posts, she wrote about him in a less than positive manner. Thor was my co-worker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it
right, so I have like an office-based job, right, where I have multiple screens. I have two. I have one. Like to me, like, you never need more than 2 screens. If you're running like 3, like even here, right, even for like streaming that, I run 2 screens. One for like my games and whatnot, and the other one for OBS and chat and stuff. Like, this whole like having like 3 or more monitors is so weird to me. The fact he's demanding he needs 3 for quality assurance, like, what the fuck does he need 3 monitors for?
Was actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with the third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his
he's one of them.
The office about
Toxic
how bad they were
teammate
for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed.
Yeah, he's one of them,
really
innit? My dad.
He knew basically nothing about
my dad works at Blizzard
and the game itself. Management remarked that they simply couldn't do anything about it but move him from team to team. Thor became my roommate.
Wow. You know, I know a few. I've listen. In a few jobs I've worked in my life, I know a few like people like that where they can't get rid of them, so they just move them between each team, and it just gets to the point where they're just constantly juggling between teams. Oh man, can't believe he's one of them. Give me a second. I need to get some food, man. I don't know what to have though. Got some chicken in the fridge, but I might just have that tomorrow because I need to cook. Yeah, I might have that tomorrow. Well, we'll play it safe. Play it safe. I'm gonna get some. There's like a place by me that does like, you can have like rice or noodles with like a mix of like various meats and stuff. Like it's like Chinese food and that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get that. I can't remember what I get normally. I've got orange chicken though. I haven't had orange chicken in a while. Nah, get that. Yeah, I had a takeaway earlier in the week and it fucked me up, man. I don't know what was up with it, but like I hadn't had food from there in a while and like it just did not agree with me in the slightest. Yeah, I'll some food, I think. See. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll get me food ordered and then we'll carry on. Do I want a drink with it? Get a nice white peach iced tea. Oh, go on then. I had to do lemon zest though. I'll get a lemon zest actually. When are you gonna join? When I get invited, obviously. When I get invited. One day. Anyway, my food is ordered. Let's start. Let's carry on.
Dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if Joey Ray didn't want him around.
Oh, this is the roommate he had. Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff she was saying about it.
All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching the same day he moved in. And he only ever offered to tape up the chair. There was no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight me by insisting the chair was already scratched.
Wow.
Zero cats touched that apartment before he moved in.
That brand new chair you brought.
The $100 chair, since all surfaces were
I do.
He insisted taping it up was fine.
That chair you brought that's brand new. Yeah, no, it came like that.
He would regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing.
Even lying.
Thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water. The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff
he was getting high at least.
His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes everywhere. The walls were smeared with,
lovely.
Both. If this was only about a month of damage, I couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove himself as soon as
man. Why are you wiping it on the walls?
Still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge, it was never actually cancer, and he...
Oh my god, he's sitting there. He's eating that badly and not showering and shit, and he's just like, yo, I might have cancer, you know.
He used it as a shocking event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook.
He's one of them, isn't he? Send me your thoughts and prayers in the comments.
To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bullshit, what up?
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115.
Imagine being able to build
what kind of cringe
base 44.
What kind of cringe way of talking is he using here?
Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his constant playing.
I slept so long, then played WoW and League all day as Heimerdinger. He's passive. It's amazing.
League of Legends,
man, to be fair, they fucked his passive, man. The regen used to be so nice on his turrets and on his on himself, and now it's just shit.
Outside of their time sharing a living space, Boing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant
projects work, StarCraft 2
hacks, where he
StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm, World of Warcraft Cataclysm, World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria, Diablo 3, Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, Heroes of the Storm, responsibilities, mentored and led a team of security professionals, identified, reported, and posed solutions for vulnerabilities within products and services. Didn't Diablo 3 get like hacked and taken down by DDoS attacks that like within the first few weeks it came out? I swear it did. Performed forensic analysis on detected threats, both internal and external. Acquired information needed to take legal action against identified threats. communicated effectively with a large number of teams. Somehow that's not true, though, is it?
Led a team of security professionals to victory. Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details. It's going to come in handy later. According to Boing's post, during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars into Boing's...
Let's say, after he left the apartment, he continued being a shitter at work. We had discovered some vulnerabilities on D3 RMAH to the tune of several millions of dollars from the sales of duped gold and items. I want to stress that Thor had no involvement in the identification or patching of the exploit. The issue had two effects. Yeah, I remember this. This Diablo 3, isn't it? I remember there was like a big issue where people were like duping golden items
during their time working together.
And right at the start, didn't that guy work at Blizzard, like Grums? Yeah, he worked in QA and security, apparently, like cyber security or some shit. He's not really that great though. It's a lot of like feeding his ego and not actually doing work. I do remember this though, because I remember at the start Diablo 3 had a real life auction, so you could, if you found items in game, you could sell them for real life cash. And there was like an exploit where people were duping gold and items so they'd be able to like sell more and get more money.
An exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars in duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering, something he had no skills in. She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers. Rather, they were analysts capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page.
Whatever he says about training security staff, wildly misrepresented. Yeah.
His resume is fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke. Glorified script kiddie. While he was completely unmemorable for his...
But hey, did he tell you that his dad worked at Blizzard though?
Subpar work. He was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage. But after 2011, Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working...
Wow, he thinks he can. He can't anymore though. Like, the thing is, his downfall is so crazy because he started off like so many people loved watching his streams, liked watching his clips and stuff, and thought he was like a really smart, decent guy. But like, the more public he's been, the more like problematic he's been. Like, the more stuff's come out of the closet, and he's just like... all he had to do was apologize, man, and admit that he was wrong. All he had to do was use a manager, man.
As a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to
place a rock in a known pathing point bots use. He then sells the story the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The lies of a mission, WoW has auto run, people use it.
Place a rock in a known pathing point bots.
I mean, I get it. Like, yeah, it kind of... I don't think you'd catch a lot of bots this way doing it, but theoretically, if you have a rock in a common pathing point for bots, then theoretically, it should at least help you identify that someone might be a bot. It's not going to guarantee it, but to sit there and say that it caught so many bots is probably a lie.
He then sells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW has auto run. People use it. Using auto running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road literally anyone would normally hit auto run on and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success.
Why would you put it on like a straight path though? Like, surely you'd do it on, like, you'd find somewhere in the world where it's less likely that people are going to auto run, and then you place it there.
Except it wasn't. It got a lot of noobs and whatnot banned for using the auto run when a board mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work.
Yeah.
His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the red team!
Again, suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
Soon. While I'm presenting you all of this information in chronological order and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard. And it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
That's true.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I never knew that.
Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked. They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible. Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left, and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away. And I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev,
They're dangerous. Same goes.
was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on livestream fails shows, he
never
this all
talks
the
about
time.
it.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much. I literally never talk about it.
I literally
When I
never.
worked at
I've
Blizzard,
seen the
I did
video,
that
but
for
it's
Blizzard,
funny.
Blizzard.
Yeah, here it is.
Literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard.
Blizzard.
7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used
Never
to work at
talks
Blizzard
about
Entertainment,
it, though.
a team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment and Blizzard.
Oh.
I worked at Blizzard. I grew up.
Not only was he not a dev, but his failure at being a QA engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being
Yes, it had one of the worst launches ever.
Biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
Man, to sit there and like act like you did something during a time where like it was considered the worst release of Blizzard's ever done.
I can barely stand up. I get in line. I can't even play my.
Can you imagine being such a prolific lol cow that you give an area buff to other lol cows?
He is like a major lol cow as well, isn't he?
For years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually got people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a nepo baby, someone who only got their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been
He kind of did, though. Let's be honest.
Those who don't understand the term, a nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 20.
His father was the cinematic director for 23 years, and he thinks that he just waltzed into a job at Blizzard, not thanks to his dad. Like, come on. You've got to, like, at least admit that he got you the job. Yes, you could say that, like, you probably had success after you've got the job that wasn't down to your dad, but you got the job because of your dad.
23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the death and return of Superman and many other games, all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off to Jagex and he worked on old school RuneScape, I believe as a creative director of some kind. With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Earjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do
Oh, just admit that he got you your job, man. It's not that hard.
My resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative,
what did he
only
say?
Had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside
order to do my resume, what can you put on your resume that you went to school and college and you got some education? Because that is your first job. Like, come on, you can't sit there and say that your dad didn't give you help to get a job at Blizzard.
That, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job and my brother didn't. I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years.
So why is he admitting it there?
So I got a job there in 2004.
But denying it in the previous?
Got a job working.
Automation engineer. He lasted less than a year.
For Amazon Games once he left Blizzard. He was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job in particular has become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker
you're right,
with
Peachy.
mad skills. But is he really? Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
This is where he admits he's like this hacker professional in it.
Like that's where you like
look at him, big smirk as well.
Actual hacker, like not
actual
like
hacker.
I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker.
kidding.
I'm a hacker, man.
Yeah, my last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States.
Oh god, he's such a bullshitter, isn't he? I know, right? I haven't really streamed too much recently, to be fair, and then I've kind of been changing things up a bit as well. So yeah. Probably why you haven't been here in forever.
State to test a thing, right? And my general wheelhouse control is physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home. And I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason
he had to cut his hair.
Preventing breaking and entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that
cut his hair, guys.
Phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access.
Nah. Is he the I've had people like this at workplaces. So what they do is you'll say you're on like Outlook for your emails or whatever. What they'll do is they'll send you an email for like, I don't know, there's, we've got like a new fire plan point. Click here to check out the new fire plan point. We've got a new memo. Click here for the memo. They're basically spam emails, right? They're spam emails, but they're not spam emails. They're sent by people within the company in the IT department. And what they do is if you click that link, it doesn't do anything, but it logs that you've like failed to like, you've basically like clicked on a spam email instead of removing it and reporting it as a spam email. It's so stupid.
And it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless, he continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up the 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So, DEF CON 24.
Welcome to Masters of Mysteries.
What the hell, man?
Games where you become...
I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time.
Spam emails sounds like... Yeah, so what it basically is like... Say you like have to answer emails for your job, and you'll get like an email off like a random person pretending to be someone that works at the company, and it's basically a spam email just being like, there's a new memo to check out, or there's been an announcement, click here for the announcement. And nothing actually happens if you click the link. It won't like lead anywhere, but it will notify them that you've tried to click the link instead of reporting it as a spam email. So then they can use that in the future to be like, yeah, this person hasn't, they haven't followed the process of dealing with spam emails. They've actually ignored it, and that could potentially put the company at risk of someone getting hacked within the company and having company information be like spread out to like hackers or like individuals outside the company. That's basically what he did. it's like basically like that person that doesn't really have anything to do, and it just is beneficial to the company because it can identify people that like aren't following the correct process for dealing with spam emails. But it's such like a lame job. And to call himself a hacker if that's all he did, that's crazy.
Which is Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In this same interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team.
So basically, he cheated. It's like asking people if people remember the code because you forgot it. Then people give it to you, and you go to the boss. And yeah, basically that's what it is. It's like that, or like having something confidential and like sending it in an email, to like someone's personal email instead of their like business email. Basically.
Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't...
There he is. That's him in real life. I'm a hacker. I can hack everything.
Breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels.
Federal
for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did.
Management consulting, and he's trying to say he's got a part in it.
Context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more explicit by claiming that his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the gold in the Hacker Olympics, right? And they're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
The thing about that is, he's speaking about his third badge here, which he won in August 2019. But he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of...
Council of 9. So he had a team of 9 people, and he's trying to take... Yeah, the Golden Hacker Olympics. So he's partook in a challenge with 9 other people on the team, and he's trying to take credit. It's like he's the mastermind behind it all.
Many people on a team. And the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, you know, actually hacking any systems. In an article about DEF CON 25, the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for...
A scavenger hunt? During the challenge, the would-be freakers had to do more than just make phone calls and remember dial tones. They also had to figure out voicemail passwords. One was an employee's birthday. Another was the last 4 digits of an employee ID. Sadly, these are typical mistakes made by actual people in the real world. That alone should frighten the security team of any company.
Employee badges that had numbers on them. And then people would just use those numbers as the password.
Nah, and he's treating this like it's the Hacker Olympics.
Jason not only directly calls him...
De facto Psychoholics team leader Jason Thorhall said he handled most of the social engineering work, but by the end of the challenge,
the leader of his team, but adds that he had
Rosie delusional, completely lying a lot, almost everything. Oh, he definitely lies. We're gonna get there, don't you worry. We're only 27 minutes into this 2-hour video.
No idea it was even a challenge, which is basically...
But his team's involvement wasn't planned. In fact, they didn't even know a challenge was happening. We actually had never interacted with Telefreaks before this and didn't even know the challenge existed. Someone walked by and threw a badge in my lap when I was sitting down in a hallway and said, "You dropped your badge," and ran away.
Impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker, but to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers.
He is the leader of the hacking community.
Which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot.
Oh, here we go.
Puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like...
Yeah. Damn, well, I better get coffee. Look, I got food coming soon, so I'm gonna have to pause it a bit to grab my food, and then I'll take like a quick quick couple of minutes just to do something, and then I'll probably just sit here and eat while we watch it. But yeah, his ego is like so crazy.
Mr. Robot. This right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And
there he is. Is that him or someone else underneath?
Found all of the
hey, nice. I've heard of hot pockets. We don't have them over here, sadly.
Of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking liberties
if it were
with
true.
His storytelling. As it turns out, this law.
Oh, very excited to be working with Cora Dana on Mr. Robot. Secret goodness. Yeah, because I actually like Mr. Robot. I think it's a decent series.
Trying to White Knight for here actually worked with the show as a consultant, a fact which was documented by DEF CON itself. And it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr. Robot page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as you can possibly get with ciphers. And the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain Lost's number, like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to Lost's supposed number though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle which contained Lost's number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr, Jason went ahead and linked that post in his tweet, and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post, which contains the uncensored phone number. And he did all of this for no other.
So he's basically blaming them for basically exploiting the guy's phone number through it. But he's the one that's done it all. Oh, the guy's delusional, man.
Reason than his own need to attach himself and his name.
He's just so obsessed with being like the center of attention.
He used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral.
Massively viral.
Just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Went viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would be among the hundreds of.
Because the reason he'd lie is because not everyone's gonna check, are they? A lot of people are just either gonna not take interest, or if they do take interest, they'd be like, oh yeah, fair enough. Not many people are actually gonna go delve into it to look to see if he's actually telling the truth or not. But given the way he's gone now over the last year or so, and all the controversies he's been in, now people are gonna look into that and start pointing it out. So he doxed himself. He didn't dox himself. It was someone else's phone number that did the cipher, basically.
Little random lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost, or random co-workers of Jason's whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby plot armor wore off, Jason...
You wouldn't get it. There are only 300. So true, so true. Technically, even less. There's at least 250 because it was below that. And he's like 200 of them. Let's be honest here. He is Hacker Man.
Decided it was.
Wait. Have you seen? Let me get it. Come on, where's Hacker Man? Please say it exists. Hacker Man. There it is. He is Hacker Man. Ooh, this is not Hacker Man. This is Google.
Perfection. What now, Shaker?
Come on, ad. You on Tumblr, yeah.
Okay. I'm officially obsessed.
Like, who even uses Tumblr, really? Like, I've never once been interested in it. Here he is. Hacker Man.
He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
The most powerful hacker.
Follow me.
Follow me. Oh, he's brilliant. Poor thinking he's hacker, man.
It was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company, and I use that word loosely, known as Pirate Software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those things like it kind of got used for like a few years, but I don't know, it kind of died off. It's like MySpace as well. Like MySpace was a big thing when I was like in my teens, and like now like they've tried to mimic like how Facebook works and just no one uses it. like pretty much once Facebook dropped, to be fair, people started moving off it.
As he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic software.
Wait, I worked in Game Maker Studio, built the whole thing out, and Googled absolutely everything along the entire way. Things like, how do I move a character in Game Maker Studio?
From scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent.
He never had the experience to actually do the job that he was trying to do.
Devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever.
The other issue I saw, especially in the indie scene, were people who had great ideas for games, things they really wanted to do, and they would go and make that one game. They would do their dream game as their first game, then it would take them 3 to 7 years. They'd get no feedback along the way, and they would have no community. I mean, hasn't he got a game right now that's been in development for like 8 years? I sometimes use Tumblr to talk to some old oomfies, share my doodles, but not not as much anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not really like I'm assuming there's still people that use it, but I don't think a lot of people like are on it religiously every day. Yeah, he developed a game. They'll probably get into it in this, to be fair, but he developed a game, and it was it got funded on Kickstarter, and he still hasn't finished it. It's still like basically in early access.
To finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a smaller game first to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month. In process, he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he did this was in order to build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts,
every single person you take the time to work with counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time.
Every single person
you he's not wrong there.
Counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time. If only he had actually applied this mindset at any point during his life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissist.
Yeah, so this is the problem as well. I do think that, like, given the controversies he's been in, there has been like backlash on the games he's either worked on or like companies he's worked with now. So like obviously recent reviews very negative. It hasn't been like that until recently.
Delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he actually thinks that he's solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated, because it'd be easy to pirate it. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character.
I mean, it's a cool way to do it, but I'm pretty sure it can still be pirated, and I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna show it in a second.
So you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements. It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong he is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he believes it.
This trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work as a game developer. A game called...
Here we we are.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
It's most likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on GT Live and packaged the video as the next Undertale, although the name of the game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that
I don't remember
the video
MatPat
isn't
playing
him
this.
playing a game that's a
Honestly, the game looks really boring, and I play visual novel games from 1994. I have to spend 30 minutes on getting working, so my standards aren't that high. Yeah, it's. I've seen videos about it, and it kind of like it's got like it's tried to do like little bits of different things, but then like it doesn't really do any of them that well.
Equal
like the boss fights and stuff.
If January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today. None of it revolves around us or has anything to do with us.
But I'm like, man, 2019,
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure.
I'm pretty disappointed here, and so is our community. The recent GT Live came across as an Undertale clickbait mashup instead of being about Heartbound. You never linked to our game, and you got our studio name wrong as well.
Pleasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically.
Oh, he's seething, and he's seething.
Description used Undertale in the tags and got the studio's name wrong.
So if he's classing it as like the next potential Undertale, of course he's gonna use a tag for Undertale. Don't like well, I don't understand why he's trying to treat it as if it's like, you know, a bad thing to do. He's got the name like Tom said. He's got the name Heartbound in the title, on the thumbnail, and in the description, and mentions it in the video. Like, what more do you need?
As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it, even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know what a tag on a YouTube video.
Yeah, no, basically tags you don't see on a video. They're just ways to, like, when you create a video, it's you can put them on, and it will help identify for YouTube like where, like what kind of categories to show the video in. So like say I did like a video on Black Myth Wukong, I'd use like a tag of Wukong, Monkey King, Black Myth Wukong, and then like if someone's searching for like what is a game about Wukong, or Wukong game, Wukong gameplay, something like that, then there's a higher chance that it will appear there because I've mentioned Wukong, Monkey King, and Black Myth Wukong in the tags. But you as a viewer won't see the tags. We only see it when we're making the videos. So I don't know why he's bringing up about the tag.
It's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results.
Yeah,
all
basically.
that did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat.
I really need to get YouTube Premium, don't I?
Top of the morning, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to
Jacksepticeye.
Hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
Oh man, I missed the old game theory.
Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was getting the studio's name wrong. And even that has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt...
I'm sorry I got your name wrong. Steph had called out the tweet earlier in the stream, but by the end of it I'd forgotten the second word. My apologies for misspeaking. Hopefully that helps clear some things up. Again, no disrespect was meant. I mean, MatPat's being like pretty fair there.
Simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this...
Oh shit, 4 ads. Fucking hell. I don't know why it's doing that. Can't even... I'll hold fire for the ads. I can see like when the ad break's meant to end. I don't know why there's so many though. I don't know. I need to check my settings because I know they changed some stuff on Twitch for the ad settings recently. I say recently, probably in like the last few months. I don't know whether it's changed up stuff. In fact, give me a second because my food's it's still 2 minutes away. I just need to BRB. Right, my food is like super close, to be fair. I'll carry on a bit longer, and then I'll probably have a break just to eat. I was gonna eat while we stream, but I've got some messy food, so probably not best to be eating with my hands and whatnot, and then getting it all over my mic.
Say complete nothing burger. Words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies.
Yeah,
the developer of Borderlands is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without it. Even companies with less common second words in their names, like Square Enix, are usually referred to
as Square.
There is seriously nothing to be mad about here, and the real reason this even got off the ground is because Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale,
you should link to any game you play. Creators need all the help they can get, and think carefully if you're misleading your audience with how you present your videos. You went too far this time. I don't think he did though, to be honest.
a game whose community already hated MatPat for his previous interactions.
Oh yeah, they're not a fan.
Chimed in and sided with Jason.
I'm probably gonna go back to sleep. Fair enough, Peachy, fair enough.
When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them. And so, regardless of how small and petty this issue was, MatPat got dogpiled for relegating Heart.
Your game is great, and by relating it to something similar that our audience already knows and enjoys, we're hoping to introduce them to it when they might not have checked it out if left with zero context. That's the rationale. I hope it makes sense. See, I get where he's coming from. It's just a shame that like he got dogpiled like this. Right, I'm actually gonna be right back. I'm gonna be about 5-10 minutes eating and whatnot, and then not gonna lie, if Toby Fox said anything to me, food up. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna go be right back. I'm gonna go eat. I'll be about 5-10 minutes, maybe a bit longer, and then we'll carry on with the video. So I'll see you then.
sun pours down and the power sitting in your hand. If it's then or now, we think it's time to start or make a plan. It's time to take it fast. I wanna hear you singing out so loud. Never looking back, I wanna see your hands up in the crowds. And we will go to the end of the world just to find a break. And we will go never get tired. Through urban fields and suburban life. Time to cloud up now, we'll never back down. Shoot down the skyline, watch it on prime time. Turn up the love now, listen up now. Turn up the love, turn up the love. Who's gonna save the world tonight?
Hello, hello. I'm back. Oh, good food now. Right, let's carry on.
Bound to being an Undertale clone. The thing about this is, the person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out, the reminiscent in-game art style, the boss who looks like a
so he's trying to copy it.
Monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound, is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, who's...
So he's basically copied it himself anyway, but now he's trying to play it. Then he was trying to play victim.
Deltarune is also an anagram. Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just
no, it's not plagiarism, but it's obviously heavily inspired.
Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000. And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original. On Heartbound's page, the glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games Heartbound truly is, because of its use of unconventional...
He's copied Undertale's design and stuff and how the game plays, and he's trying to make it seem as if he's the first one to ever do it.
Mini games during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways. That is literally the main mechanic of Undertale. The attack, act, and mercy systems, which work off of the bullet hell mini games that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions as to how organic this project was, but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem with Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money.
Things have changed there, haven't
they? Then the devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't.
People go through it, then the devs will disappear for 2 years. Says the guy. The game's been in development for 8 years.
Up to par compared to what they promised on the Kickstarter. So we thought, what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development. They could see every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time, the stream helps fund additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing how we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost? What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop !demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10-hour period, it's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound
make it 5K, might as well.
For literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low.
Where will the money go? First, I will absorb the money into my bloodstream and use it to fuel the creation of this game. With your contributions, I will be able to support myself and focus on the game. More money will be used to ensure all artists contributing to the game are fairly compensated. A chunk of money will go to taxes, production costs, and processing fees. Any money left over after the game's development will go towards extending the world of Undertale outside of the game, maybe through another game. And to be fair, they did make another game.
It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with Undertale, as there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound.
Yeah. Released 2018. Still in development though. Overwhelmingly negatives, all reviews mixed.
Lastly, I really like that Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again, doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism.
I like the implication that that if they don't get more money, the artists... I mean, in their defense, they were probably working on it for like a low budget anyway, because Undertale was like a cheap game. Well, not a cheap game, but it was like a low budget game. So I guess it was more like, you know, they've already been paid a certain amount, but if the game does well in terms of the back-in, then he'll try to compensate them better. But yeah, like you said, he could phrase it better.
Of the game's code.
Undertale was made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like and that's
fun. Go in, like trying to attack him over the code now. Come on, you don't want to do that, pirate. We know where this is going.
If you look at the decompiles that people have done of Undertale, you'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take processing power. There are sections of the game that show, like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about
you know,
Meet Base 40.
He has
all of the dialogue in the game.
He has a tendency of attacking people over various things. First the code in. Next, it'll be the mages in WoW. Oh,
hard-coded into that object. Insane behavior, but it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because it's good anyway. But what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point, since unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and frame dropping. But honestly, I don't even think he's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he very code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually, the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by shorthand names like coffee_obtained, but instead just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
The numbers! What?
So he's criticizing others because of their code, but then his is just as bad.
Intention is that it makes
if not worse,
people on the code nearly impossible, since only Jason will be able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's going to think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
There are other bizarre code lies, like Heartbound being supposedly ray traced in a highly efficient manner, but once again, more code savvy people took notice that in some of the game's updates, Jason makes notes for having to manually fix in-game characters still casting shadows when a light source has been shut off, which in the case of an actually ray traced game would be impossible to happen even as a bug. An example of a 2D game that actually has advanced lighting mechanics is Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at his gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same. Captain Garbage, the same KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized.
So he criticized Undertale for it and then does the exact same thing?
I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically means that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it. In turn, the longer the game goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what'll happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making and would allow for other programs.
You find yourself in a dark room, choices, light a match, stay still.
To have an easy time.
It's so much more simpler.
If that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is,
Coding Jesus goes over it. He does like a really thorough look at the code, and then he's done quite a few videos on it, to be fair.
People have already gone over that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as some kind of programmer savant who hacked nuclear facilities or whatever. This isn't just inefficiency. This is slop of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early rough drafts of what he's trying to do. I usually do something like that to get the idea out and then I refine it, so I hope that's what I'm seeing, otherwise I'm better than him.
Literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here.
Seeing Pirate Software code is like those images of streamers trying to craft nonsense in Minecraft.
Either a web of lies or a web of his shit code.
Despite a lot of the criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuously claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on, and the only thing that really took time was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions,
like, why can't he just admit stuff? Like, all he's got to admit that it's not the most efficient way to do the code, but it's how he's comfortable doing it, and people are like, yeah, all right, fair enough. But what doesn't help as well is if he did admit that, he's still gone out of his way to try and shit on Undertale for its code. So like, he's just kind of shooting himself in the one foot and then shooting himself in the other foot. Like, the guy's an idiot. Like.
Part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game in all of these languages. And him saying this is a one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession. The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked, whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an unfinished mess to this day. The original estimated delivery of the finished product on the
27 2017.
November 2017.
In
But as that
2025
deadline approached,
now.
The game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions.
So he hasn't even given people what they paid for.
It took years for the game to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4, and it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is Yandere Dev tier, the Ozymandias of Undertale clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people
But he's done that to himself,
though, an artist and a composer, and neither of them are programming it. But one counterpoint to that is exactly what we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign. You can also bring up Toby's other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's game.
Yeah, I think I played that before, to be fair.
5 years by a single dev. Braid was made in 3 years by a single dev, with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had...
Because the thing is, he started doing streams as a means to like show off the game and like, you know, work on the game while chatting and answering questions. But then he just started to heavily focus on streaming.
No excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with the big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage and has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life. But once again, we come to the same question.
Has he ever used an inhaler on stream?
Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user named Musashi's son begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice, once in January and once in March, and both times he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and that it came back negative. He does
so he just lied
that he'd been using an inhaler for
he straight up lied about having COVID for 9 months.
He was back to his normal self and streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May. In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID all along, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again, so it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April that year. Fast forward to November 2020, and he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline. He has been recovering for 8 months. Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not
8 months, 9 months,
production to
COVID, not COVID. He can't make his mind up, can he?
Through the crushing majority of 2020 with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game. In a clever little boundary push, 9 months eventually turn into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority of 2022.
Wow.
Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID, but this time it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took
9 months, you know.
I think it was in total.
What?
So
What a
Thankfully, I'm back
bullshitter.
on, and I'm back to working on stuff, so I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
While the first supposed COVID case is mired in lies, this second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
My recovery was about 2.5 years, so I got long COVID.
2.5
my lungs shut
years?
down
What the
at one
fuck,
point.
man?
I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Been a while.
Fucking hell, these guys are like
I used to stream 7 days a
self-proclaimed
week,
victims,
every day.
seriously?
And right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020. And
I
got
wish my
COVID,
employer
and
would
you
give
can
me
see what happened to my stream schedule. There were,
9
like,
months.
where I
Nah,
just
it's
streamed,
two and a half
days.
years
This is from
now.
2024. So over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not so bad case of COVID in June 2023 that took 20 days to recover from, became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason's streaming during 2024 to see how much he
Wow,
actually
calling
works
him
on
out
Heartbound.
properly now.
I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes.
15 minutes,
And I
wow.
say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours. At one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When people who are familiar with him and his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's
Let me
extremely
say
busy
that
with.
again.
Point
I do think it's weird that the dev they work on it every day on stream, when if you watch their streams they barely ever work on it. Then they explain all the other stuff they do off stream. It makes me wonder how they have any time left to even work on the game. I'm really hoping it comes out soon because the dev did say it's supposed to come out this year, but I'm skeptical, honestly. Yeah, it came out, but it's still like missing like half of it.
How little he works on his game. He always responds.
This last week I went to the Streamer Awards, hosted Twitch Rivals, competed in Block Wars, finalized the formation of our corporation to hire on the moderators full time, and finished inspections on the new house so we can expand the ferret rescue. There's a lot going on currently. Despite that, I'm still managed to finish up the entire environment, the last area in Animus, most of which was done on stream. Perception is not reality. I work on Heartbound every day. Then where's the proof? Where's the proof? Because the game hasn't been fucking... The game's been released since 2018 and it's still incomplete.
All of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day, when this is probably not true. But despite their similarities, Jason is no yandere dev, and the reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023 he began going viral on YouTube as clips of him started being uploaded. This is how the majority of people came to know him, and during this time, the consensus opinion on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker, at least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024, an interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG Eve.
Oh,
online,
Eve.
And they were accusing
Don't
him
tell
of
me
being
he's got
an arrogant,
backlash from playing that as well.
pathological
He is enormously overconfident, and that's what ultimately got his alliance squashed in the end more than anything. Kicked a lot of hornet nests and shit on all his allies. Wow.
due to their experiences with him.
You know, Maldavius is lying because his lips are moving. Oh my god, I like that one. I like that one.
Game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community, it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep.
So I will say, I've seen the shit to do with his voice, and while I think it is a bit cringe in a way, because like, so obviously I use like a model and stuff, and obviously like VTubers in general use models, and some you put on like an accent or like put on a certain like way of speaking, and that's more like playing into the role of a VTuber, whereas Mr. Software here is doing face cam streams, and he is using a voice changer, which doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're going to use a voice changer, you might as well just hide your appearance in it, like, because you're just trying to like fake, like, make people think you actually have a deeper voice than you actually do. Whereas like for like streamers that use voice changes but don't show the face or put on like a certain way of speaking, it's more to do with like how, you know, it's like an act basically, whereas his is like just disingenuous.
Deep in a very
if you get what I mean.
This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty. This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing,
I don't think it's like too much of a big issue, but I do think it is cringe if he does use a voice changer.
Is it believable that it happens over the course of just 5 days? Because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, you know, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut?
Oh.
You don't need to search harder for something special. You just need Etsy. Check out the app for home and style.
Let me read that. I think it's fine to train or change your voice, right? But just be honest about it instead of portraying yourself as a natural. Yeah, that's the thing, because like I said, for me, I don't think the whole voice thing is like too problematic. I just think like with me as like a VTuber, I don't personally do it, but I know there's a lot of VTubers that like will put on an act, talk a certain way, you know, it's like a performance thing while streaming. But like seeing someone that's using a face cam and like they're like using a voice changer to make themselves sound deeper, if it is true, I just think it's weird. I think it's weird. Because it's not like he's trying to play a character. It is just him with a voice changer on. And like you said, just be honest about it. If you use a voice changer, just say, yeah, I use a voice changer because I prefer to sound like this on stream. That's all you've got to say. And people will be like, all right, fair enough. But he just doubles down and acts as if it's natural and stuff. But like this clip's about to show, how'd you go from speaking one way and then 5 days later having an automatically like deeper voice? It doesn't work out.
Oh my god, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut. Look how strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup, so you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming setup.
Talk like Monkey King. You must, if you want to ascend. I'll get there. I'll get there. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
And it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
Let me get through my... I've started, to be fair, I've started doing, what's it called? The bird thing for languages. I started learning some Chinese. I haven't done that much though, to be fair. I'm going to sit down after stream and do some. I learned coffee. Coffee is really simple, to be fair. It's just coffee. It's like two words. It's like CARFEI, so coffee. Water is like shui or something, shui, something like that. I need more practice, to be fair. I'll come in one day, start busting out the Monkey King Chinese and that. We'll get there. Just be like, shifu. We'll get there. Don't you worry. Anyway.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade. And the door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the force of the egg exploding. And
The way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy suggests that he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice.
Yeah.
While this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors, but also his fans, eventually KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter, because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio is struggling to function.
I don't know what that gives me, though. What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh
God,
now,
that
keep
is
in
bad.
mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud. But the way his voice is crackling sounds a bit like how Formant sounds when you use autotune.
What is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune-based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just
Like I said, I don't think it's a big issue. The whole audio thing, like deepening his voice. But I do think it is cringe. If it's
sounds like
true.
he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin, and indeed he did.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios. and now
Stop
I'm
killing
at Game
games. This
Studios
is the big one.
Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't force his voice to be deep all the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. What, I can't be tired at 1 in the morning?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basic self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of. You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also
that's what I mean.
altered, all of which is fitting to Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes. As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Artist Opus YouTube channel. My name is Byron.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like a lot of VTubers will put on a voice or like speak a certain way, and it's part of like the act of being the VTuber.
And I may not seem like it, but I'm a professionally trained voice actor who happens to be a VTuber.
None of this would even be a problem per se if Jason didn't lie about it. But then again,
That's the thing. If he didn't lie about it, it's not an issue.
If he didn't lie, so I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone, and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be.
That's him bulking up like really fast on stream.
Increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games. Because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video.
But the armchair experts, he's got such an ego, man. Just lose your ego. I'm an actual expert in the field. I've been in the game industry for 20 years. Bro, you worked at a company and sent people emails to see if they were going to click them. And if they did, you reported them. Like, come on, bro. I was the lead of application security at Blizzard Entertainment, a senior red team specialist for Blizzard. I have 3 black badges from DEF CON, and my last job was hacking power plants for the United States Department of Energy. Oh, God, what a fucking ego. Over my career, I have formed detections that may have led to the banning of over 2 million accounts. This is 100% my wheelhouse. I know my shit. Stop fighting them. They are your allies. What a loser,
and
man.
Everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. But keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally
Bro.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard, 7 years.
Never mentions it.
I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard is having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard. Game industry for Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard. Yeah, no, I worked at Blizzard.
Of course, he neglects to mention that he worked QA and never developed a single game in his life.
That's like, it's literally like someone being a chef at a company and then like telling people they worked at that company and then trying to perceive people into thinking they were like say like I don't know, like Gucci, for example. It's like someone being a chef at like Gucci headquarters and them telling people, yeah, I work at Gucci. I'm involved in a lot of the ins and outs of like the products and whatnot and what we're going to be releasing. They always have my insight in it. Like, he's such a like lie,
Until
man.
he left Blizzard, and he even likes to conflate the time he worked at Blizzard with the time he spent working other jobs, resulting in him frequently saying things like, I've been in the games industry for 20 years.
So I've been a hacker for about 20 years. Started in Blizzard as QA, but I was a hacker then. As a programmer, I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been a hacker for 20 years. You will be found. And that's coming from a hacker of 20 years. 20 years. Don't do that shit. Don't. I've been working in programming now for about 20 years.
Like the thing to me with him is like, I've always kind of noticed with the way he speaks, it's a very like condescending tone. Like he's always like talking down to you as if like he's superior. And I just don't understand why his fan base never picked up on it. I mean, maybe they're into that, but like he's always like come across that way to me.
But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years. For those of you who are new, my name is Thor. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. My name's Thor. How's it going?
20 years? Huh. Kind of reminds me of another guy who did 20 years. Although you'd never hear a peep from him about it either.
I did 20 years.
Anyway, Jason used his fake reputation as an expert in the games industry to give opinions on matters that he knew nothing about. For example, he weighed in on the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy.
Yeah, honestly, I have no respect for identity politics. Trying to cancel a video game or cancel a story.
Oh,
if
shut up, Thor.
If you want to cancel the story over the color of a character's skin, you have no business being here.
Alright, so without getting into too many details about it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy goes far beyond just the protagonist, Yasuke.
Yeah, I will mention this a bit because I did play the game. I completed the game. So there was controversies to begin with because you are playing an Assassin's Creed game based in Japan, and instead of picking a Japanese protagonist, they picked Yasuke, who, while he did exist, he had no sort of history. It was very heavily romanticized in the game to the point where he wasn't just, you know, a follower of Nobunaga, a slave that had been procured by him due to fascination of his dark skin. He was this fantastic samurai that was like basically like Nobunaga's right-hand man. Upon playing the game, I did a review on it, but basically you could have made Yasuke's whole interaction basically that be a side character to Naue, who Naue interacts with in between missions or as like a quest giver, and it wouldn't have made a difference to the game. In fact, it would have improved the game because Naue is what represents an Assassin's Creed game. She is a shinobi, she's a ninja, she does all your stealth. Yasuke does zero stealth. He's got no stealth about him, but because of how he's designed, it actually kind of ruins the game if you're looking to play an Assassin's Creed game to enjoy that Assassin's Creed experience, because he is just a powerhouse that has a lot more health, does a lot more damage, and when you get some abilities later on, some perks, that when he kills people in fights through certain moves, he actually self-heals. So he's basically this tanky damage dealing character that completely ruins the whole concept of Assassin's Creed. He can't climb. I mean, he can climb a bit, but he's not that well. He can't stealth. He's very like anti Assassin's Creed core mechanics, which to me ruins the game because he's, you know, to me, if I'm going to play an Assassin's Creed, I want to play a stealthy character that can climb, that can assassinate people. The game has plenty more issues I could get into, but if you do want to check that out, then go check out the review on YouTube where I do go over a lot of it. But that's just kind of the surface level issues with Yasuke in the game. Like I said, I don't think his addition is necessarily bad. It's just he could have been summed up to being a side character you interact with for missions, and that would have made it a much better experience.
Being black. More so, it has to do with Ubisoft.
I think I'm going to buy a YouTube Premium as well, doing more of these like
the story of the real Yasuke,
reacts and
as well as doing
commentary
like
and stuff.
Hip hop music playing whenever he engaged.
Yeah, that was
in
another
combat,
thing as well. They had like hip hop music playing when you played as Yasuke.
Of course, getting into the mire of the discussion isn't nearly as attractive to Jason as having a punchy stream clip for YouTube Shorts where he can virtue signal. The most unbelievable part about Jason's clip is how he follows it up.
I don't give a shit about the color of your skin. I don't care about where your spawn point was. I don't care about where you were born.
Referring to people's birthplaces and ethnicities as their spawn point is a kind of peak Reddit gamer cringe I have not had the pleasure of witnessing for the past decade. This is up there with the Walmart gamer t-shirts. Actually, those are kind of badass. I like those. Later on in the same clip, he halfway acknowledges that there's more to the discussion than just Yasuke being black, but then shoots it down, reinforcing that what people are really concerned about is Yasuke being black.
But don't stop others from playing the game because you don't want to see a black guy in the cover. Who gives a shit? And if that's the only thing you're hung up on, and you're trying to make it about Japanese history, despite Japanese history disagreeing with you, you need to look in a mirror instead of posting on Twitter.
It's like he's physically incapable of considering there may be something beneath his surface level understanding of an issue. But honestly, that's quite on brand for him. Whether it be game development or hacking, Jason has a chronic allergy to going past surface level knowledge. But this doesn't stop him from commenting on everything. Another case of Jason's extreme tone deafness and inability to read the room was his brief online campaign against something called spy.pet. Again, this drama goes a lot deeper than I care to get into here, but in
I don't know about this one.
There was a significant online upheaval against boy kisser communities hiding in plain sight on Reddit and Discord. These communities were known to attract and harbor a lot of people who not only publicly fantasized about preteen boys, but also shared illegal material involving kids. One of the tactics deployed against these people was the use of something called spy.pet, which used bots to scrape through over 14,000 Discord servers, which exposed how vulnerable Discord really was. On April 19th, a journalist named Joseph Cox wrote an article about spy.pet being weaponized by Kiwi Farms, but neglected to mention that this weaponization was specifically targeting the boy kissers. Instead, the article claims KF was targeting a queer community on Discord, not specifying which or why.
What?
Now, you'd think that this would be the moment for
They
someone
completely
like Jason,
misrepresented
Ackerman
it.
Aficionado, to have a criticism of Discord's management for, you know, exposing their users like that. Or at least he'd have the wits about him to simply stay out of it, given the very controversial nature of this incident. But instead, he did what he always does. He went off half-cocked with insufficient information.
Want to kill the spy pet bot on your favorite Discord server? They let their account IDs leak from their official API. Then they changed that to trick everyone into banning Scrumpy. Now we have a tool to get rid of the bot's ID anyway. Turn on your Discord devs tool, set in advanced development mode. Right click on your server icon and copy server ID. Change this L to include your server ID. Ban the bot account detected from your server. Wow, so he's literally made a tool to ban a bot that's being used to like find pedophiles. What a great guy.
And began openly and unilaterally antagonizing spy.pet as if this was a clear-cut case of malicious hacker activity and not the reality of Discord operating with a massive and exploitable hole. A hole which was in the basic security of their servers. Of course, Jason 2 provided no context as to what exactly spy.pet was being used for. In this case, his stupidity prevailed, and his method of getting rid of all spy.pet bots was quickly adjusted for, as the people behind it simply switched the account IDs to something else and bypassed his brilliant security mechanism. He then had to go over to his Twitter to...
The attackers from SpyPet caught onto my previous post and filled all of the uncount variables with the ID of a person named Scrumpy. Clever response. I deleted my original post to prevent them from getting mass banned on all Discords everywhere. Make sure you didn't ban them.
A retraction and announced that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with the spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for Jason, he was about to do the most violent sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen.
Is it the World of Warcraft? Please tell me it's the manager.
Just by thinking about
Please.
Meat Base 44.
But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video titled Games as a Service is Fraud. If you don't know who Accursed Farms is, you are hereby a certified baby and you are legally entitled to a pacifier. All the way back in 2007, when dinosaurs and giants still roamed the earth, Ross began his online career with a series of videos where he gave a voice to the protagonist of the Half-Life games, Gordon Freeman.
I'm not the only one who's late. Sucker!
Ever since then, he has cemented himself as a staple of the YouTube gaming community. And despite not being a huge channel per se, he's earned people's respect in kind of a similar way that someone like Angry Video Game Nerd has.
Oh my god, it's Bugs Bunny!
Classics, man. Used to love watching Angry Video Game Nerd.
With this reputation in mind, Ross pledging his allegiance to the cause of opposing games as a service was significant. To put it in layman's terms, games as a service means the companies that develop games have the power to completely eliminate a game from existence and prevent anyone from keeping it alive. In some cases, this means making it so that a multiplayer game can only be played on company servers and then shutting those servers down. In other cases, this means ceasing the sale of an older game both physically and digitally, but still going after anyone who tries to make the game available online. Most recently, an example of the latter is intellectual property laws and government institutions being weaponized against ROM sites by gaming companies, despite plenty of the games these sites provide no longer being sold by said companies. Despite not making any money off these games anymore, they still want to prevent anyone from quote-unquote pirating it, which ultimately pans out to be erasing
it's kind of crazy
and going after anyone who stands in their way. The specific focus of Ross's video is criticizing the legal concept that all purchases of games, digital or physical, constitute the purchase of a license, not of a product. And the company is free to end that license whenever they want to. You can get into the weeds of intellectual property laws.
It should be like, if you purchase a game, you own that game, and they shouldn't be able to just take it away from you.
As well as all other digital media, especially if you play games or care about art at all. Now, 5 years after Ross posted this video, he made a new one on the same topic, this time announcing the largest campaign ever to stop publishers from destroying games. This campaign was called Stop Killing Games, and it outlined a few strategies to get the ball rolling legally on the subject of video game preservation and consumer rights. Although there were many different ways to do so, one that is highlighted is the European Citizens Initiative petition, which could get the subject discussed in the European Parliament. In the description of the petition, it states, "The initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers, before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonably functional or playable state." Now, while this description doesn't delve
it's
into
basically just when a game shuts down,
the petition really couldn't be
just
clearer
let
on what it
fans
aims to accomplish.
be
This
able
was not enough for
to
Jason,
make
who, in early August
fan releases of it so
voiced his
people can still
displeasure
play
with
it.
the initiative. First, during one of his 10-hour streams, which got so much backlash that it's since been taken down, and then on Twitter, where he doubled down on it, saying the following: "Stop Killing Games is a vaguely worded attack on live service games as a whole, instead of being a focused assault on taking down the niche practice of single-player games, including always online functionality that can cause the game to be shut down at a later date. If you want my support, then write better legislature." I can't help but
so much entitlement in that.
You can say I like pancakes, and somebody will say,
"So you hate waffles?"
No, That's a whole new sentence. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
The obvious problem here from the start is Jason calling the petition legislature. The petition is not legislature. It's a formal request for the drafting of legislature. It clearly does not at any point present itself as a ready-made law. So you gotta wonder why Jason acted this way. Although I'm sure he had talked about it previously, this is him talking about it on one of his streams from this time period.
As written, the language is too vague. It doesn't solve the root issue, and it creates a litany of new issues. And that's a problem. That's the major issue for me. So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. The way that they're going about it is using very
That's only a small part of it, though.
So that even live service games could be caught in this net.
Once again, he is simply presenting his telephone-gamed understanding of the initiative as if it were, in fact, the contents of the initiative. Get used to it. We're going to see a lot of that. Unlike what Jason is saying here, the digital rights management, or DRM, of single-player games doesn't need to be removed or even radically altered. The companies who own the games just need to provide means for the players to keep playing it. In the case of single-player games, it mostly means still having it easily available for purchase in digital form, which requires no extra effort or cost of maintenance for the devs. As a matter of fact, it will continue to make them money as people keep buying the game. This alone would be a major source of relief for game preservation, since this is the brunt of the controversy revolving ROM sites being taken down as retro games become increasingly hard to officially acquire, whether digitally or physically. But to Jason's point, there is the odd case that cuts closer to DRM, such as the original GTA trilogy, which got replaced by their retarded definitive edition versions that look and play completely different, which many people reacted extremely negatively to, and for good reason. In this case, the delisting of the original games and their subsequent replacement.
Yeah, because if they're delisting the originals and then they like remake them or remaster them, and the remake or remaster is just like piss poor quality, then it's not the same experience you had. Like, there's so many remakes and remasters that come out now that make major changes that don't stick to the original, that like ruin it or make it a worse experience.
Had to do with, for example, licensing issues with the in-game's radio music. But again, Rockstar could have simply continued to remove songs that they'd lost the rights to, as they were already doing before the definitive edition fiasco, and left the rest of the game intact, so even this isn't a particularly good example. We haven't even gotten to Jason's point of contention with the initiative, and he's already misrepresenting it. This is what he actually thinks is wrong with the initiative.
The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net, which means every multiplayer game gets caught in the net. And they have to put in caveats such as allowing people to run private servers and so on and so forth after the game dies in order for them to even make it in the first place. Government-run initiative. I can't back this, dude. I can't.
But he's missed like 90%
really
of
like how
what
he answers his own
it's
critique
actually trying
of the
to
private
achieve.
servers thing, but then calls it a caveat, as if it's some kind of far-fetched concept. Allowing users to run private servers has been done since the 90s. It's completely doable for any dev, let alone companies that have the kind of resources to run company-owned servers in the first place. To act as if this is some kind of unbearable logistics overhead, or worse, to suggest that this would cost them anything significant is ridiculous. Also, why does he call it government-run initiative? What is he trying to say? That this initiative is run by the government? I can't think of anything else he could have meant with that, but that is patently insane and coming out of nowhere. The people behind this initiative are
I don't know what he's trying to get
site.
at with
The
that.
representative of the initiative is Daniel Ondruska, a European citizen and business consultant who, by the looks of his LinkedIn, has leagues more experience than Nepo Baby Jason could ever try to draw on MS Paint. Immediately after cobbling together this monstrosity of a point, Jason tries to make it out as if he knows what he's talking about by going to the SKG page and reading off of it, which, by the way, is not the exact same thing as the EU initiative. Even if we act like it is, Jason still manages to put his foot in his mouth by misrepresenting what's written on the SKG site as well.
This right here.
He can't even read it
Intentionally rendering
properly.
Commercial video games inoperable when support ends. Of course, we render them inoperable when support ends because we turn the servers off. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them, but they're not. It's vague. And because it's vague, as that last poster put so eloquently, it's a nail bomb to take out a wasp nest.
Did he forget he just mentioned the possibility of end-user run servers? Or is he keeping up with the act like that's some impossible feat?
He just doesn't
Even
want to
in
be
extreme
wrong, does
cases
he?
like MMORPG games with leaderboards and in-game market features that are maintained by the company's servers, it would still be better to completely reset all players' progress by having them migrate to a player-run private server than to just shut the game down entirely. Not that that would even be necessary, but even in the worst-case scenario, a private server is better than nothing. It
Yeah.
seems that Jason's ability to read exhausts itself after he goes over just 2 lines on the SKG page, and then he starts aimlessly floating through the FAQ section while rambling incoherently.
It doesn't make any damn sense. That's the issue. And we see this all throughout their FAQ. We see it all across this. It is inflammatory language across
So
the
he's not
board
even going to read
that is
what
fake.
it says or what the answer
And
is.
it's going to lead to government overreach.
I like how Thor just doesn't understand how the government works or how people reacted when things like drinking water got regulated. Yeah, his biggest issue is that like he's just like he doesn't raid stuff. I mean, he's got quite a few issues, but like he doesn't raid stuff. He thinks he understands something without actually like looking into it. And then he just doubles down and triples down. Like he needs to actually take time to actually look into it properly and then use that information to get, you know, to like then come out with what he thinks about it, because he's just like so confident in what he says, and like 90% of the time it's just flat out wrong or like misrepresenting.
Because the government doesn't understand how the hell games work. They don't understand how the internet works. They still can't even get a grasp on loot boxes. This is not new.
Why is he like
You're
still
handing
going
them
on about
a
the
weapon
government though?
To start walking through the games industry indiscriminately.
It's not the government that was pushing for
And
this.
they don't understand. This is a bad direction. Can they change it? I hope so. But here's the thing. They're proposing this, and I hope it doesn't go through. Because what they're doing is too vague and dangerous.
Government overreach. Interesting. How about Nintendo abusing DMCA to take down playthroughs of their games that use emulators? Or
Yeah, how about
Nintendo
that?
taking down fan games on the basis of IP law? Is that not government overreach, since Nintendo is directly using legal means provided by the government to antagonize gamers? Or is it only government overreach when the consumer complains? Because I don't even see Jason making a both sides are bad fence-sitting kind of point here. He is fully taking the side of protecting DRM
Yeah,
and IP laws.
he just
at all
hasn't
costs.
read it
And if you
properly,
even
and
dare
he's
to
just
question
fully
it,
like
you are the
taking
problem. If not for the government
side.
enforcing this top-down system, big-time gaming companies would have to radically shift to the way indie game devs operate. Come to think of it, given that indie games have been beating the ass of AAA gaming for the past few years, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But,
Yep.
of course, considering any of those things would require Jason's logic to be consistent, either you are for involvement of regulation in gaming, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for consumer protection laws, or you're against it, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for the curtailing of intellectual property laws that give the companies disproportionate power over their games. Taking the middle ground in this debate necessarily means you are wholly and exclusively in support of corporations being able to do what they want to do to the consumer base, with the unwavering support of the government and no legal recourse whatsoever. This is Jason's position. You would think that a guy who chose
I don't know why he's like doubled down on it instead, like because he's not even like read it completely before making his opinion of it. He's just like read a tiny bit and then like read it, misunderstood it, and then just like pushed that as his opinion, then doubled down and tripled down.
software, and who talks about how important it is to share information to promote game development, wouldn't be so eager to ride or die for DRM. If all of this wasn't bad enough, his chat begins feeding him false information about how SKG is ran by someone who wants to end all live service games and make them single player, and not only does he jump at the bit for it, he smugly begins taking a victory lap on stream before he even confirms it.
Stop killing games.
They doesn't even confirm it first. How stupid is he?
It is their intention to have all games to be updated to be single player, even if it was an MMO originally. Do you have a source for that information for me? Because I'm going to be real with you. If that's the case, all of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely.
I dropped the mask
no
entirely.
qualms about that.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
The intention is to
Fucking
turn all
moron, man.
live service games into single player games. They can eat my
Oh,
entire
I can't
ass.
even get his
I feel like you've said this
information
like 5 times.
correct
This is gonna be the hot
first.
news for the day, dude.
Just
It's gonna
jumping
keep
on
coming
it
up.
straight away.
Keep coming up. The reason that I'm talking about it so much is Sunder, our pants editor, our tailor, is sitting there taking all of this video and turning it into a video so we can put it up on YouTube, so I never have to talk about it again. It'll be great.
What a smug asshole, man.
So we
and I know he gets
basically
worse
sacrificed
as
one
well.
day of talking
Like, we're
about this
only,
shit,
what,
so that
an
anytime
hour
the
and
internet ever
50,
brings it up again, I
16
go,
in.
"Go watch that video, bye."
And,
Of course, you have
like,
to
we've
rip
still
off
got
the
another
classic.
hour to
The
go.
problem is this. I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. This looks like a...
He works in the game industry, 20 years. He worked at Blizzard, but you wouldn't know because he never talks about it.
nightmare to me.
I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. I did 20.
Eventually, he stumbles his way to actually watching Ross's video, only to make more grossly incorrect and needlessly cynical points against everything Ross says.
What is this? What do you mean Europeans can save gaming? Gaming isn't in need of saving.
We've been working on a campaign to stop the destruction of video games. See, most video games work indefinitely, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
No, the entire live service game industry does not work that way.
And the entire live service industry is a business model which only a small minority of dev companies can execute due to how expensive and difficult they are to manage. Even if you focus solely on games after 2010, live service games are, by definition, the minority, even if they make account for a lot of overall playtime and revenue for these companies. I think part of what makes Jason mauled so much over live service potentially being threatened is his decades of deathly addiction to MMORPGs like WoW and Path of Exile.
But more and more are being designed to stop working the second support ends from the publisher.
Not just the publisher, the developers as well. It's called a live service game. When we turn the servers off, the game dies because it's all rendered completely on the server side, and we do that specifically for security reasons.
So
because
let
if it's all
fans
rendered
make
client
servers,
side,
isn't
then
it?
we're
It's
able to
it's
keep the
really
game
not that
automatically.
difficult. If
I
you
could make the point
if you're
here that
gonna
having to figure out
close
how to
down
deal
a
with queues
game,
is
then give
preferable to not being
fans
able to
of
play
the game a
at
way
all.
to
But
continue
even before
playing.
completely letting a game die, what can happen is a company keeps it on life support while still neglecting it and allowing problems like botting and cheating to take over. In that case, it's better to just hand the game's source code over to the community and let them figure out the problems. At least in the case that the company is no longer concerned with keeping the game alive and healthy. This is exactly what id Software did with Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Quake, and what Valve has recently done with Team Fortress 2. It's not that far-fetched or difficult. Now, I'm not going to make you guys suffer and keep listening to Jason reiterate this point over and over again, but to some...
Yeah, because it's the only point he makes, and he just doubles down, triples down, quadruples down. He doesn't look at any other part of it. It's just like such a smug, stupid way to look at it.
Summarize, he creates a false dichotomy. Either things stay as they are and games get completely shut down, delisted, and rendered unplayable, or all companies will have to choose between keeping an unprofitable game alive forever or remake it from scratch as a single-player experience. What Jason fails to comprehend, or more likely, deliberately ignores, is that what Ross is proposing isn't a hypothetical. 10 years ago, there was a private World of Warcraft server, and not only was it running perfectly fine, but
I remember
it was very
that.
popular among the player base.
I had a few friends that were playing on it that tried to get me to play, and like, to be fair, I was close. It was really
Who weren't very
promising.
satisfied with what regular WoW had become. And WoW was run by what company again? Oh yeah, Blizzard Entertainment, famous for once having employed world-renowned hacker Maldavius Figtree for 20
Maldavius
years.
Figtree. I still can't get over that name.
This WoW server wasn't a project in its formative stages. It was fully functional. And Blizzard went out of...
It was basically Classic WoW before Classic WoW existed. And then like they shut it down with no intention of making Classic WoW. So then people tried bringing it up at BlizzCon, and they were like, oh, well, are you going to make a Classic WoW? You think you want this, but you don't. And then like people kicked off about it, and they made Classic WoW. And look how successful Classic WoW is now, with each of the expansions coming back out in original form. I say original form, but there are some changes here and there, but it's still pretty much the same experience. And then that's also led to stuff like the new WoW, I forgot what it's called, the one where you have like glyphs and stuff when you level up. I forgot what it's called, but it's like a new experience for Classic WoW as well. So and they're also adding raids and stuff to that. So there's very much a large player base interested in classic WoW and that kind of style that classic WoW was, that you don't really have with new WoW, current WoW, retail WoW.
Its way to shut it down for no reason, which earned them a well-deserved heap of backlash.
This one had, like, it was Blizz-like in every way, perfectly scripted, no donations. It was just for the love of the game. People just wanted to play.
It's a colossal.
Yeah, it's literally you just get to play and enjoy it, and they just took it down.
Game. But Blizzard is such dicks about it.
They didn't even have to do anything. The player base had already taken care of it, and Blizzard still punished them. Perhaps the worst part is that this absolute buffoon actually brings up WoW in his response to Ross.
This would
What a
require
fucking
publishers to only
moron.
games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
How are you going to do that with World of Warcraft? How are you going to do that with any live service game? How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy 14?
Simple.
You shut down the
The
servers,
Star
and then
Wars
the
did
game
it.
still has to be in a working state. It is an MMO. That is a live service video game. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Can you imagine being this ignorant yet being so confident? This is a game he is addicted to the point of playing it for literally 24 hours straight. And it's made by a company he used to work at, and he knows nothing about it. I've seen plenty of counter arguments against what Jason is putting forward here, but what I don't see is enough people pointing out that his supposed nightmare scenario is something that has happened before. And not only is it not a nightmare, it only fails to work when the original company sticks its grubby fingers in the pie.
They're not even the
everything.
only
Jason's willful blindness is to the point where
player-based servers out there, private servers. There's like plenty of places that do it.
That players can host servers, and Jason just sits there looking dumbfounded, like his brain cannot process what's just been said.
Publishers don't even always have access to the source code. It wouldn't require endless support? No, it would require a shitload of support at the time of transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player.
No, it wouldn't.
In the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy 14? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Man, is that really going to give the same experience?
They pretty much are once you get to a certain level.
They can end it anytime they want, as far as we're concerned. You wouldn't need to host servers.
You're posing this as a benefit. It's going to make the game shit.
Though they would have to either patch out that requirement or else allow customers to host them privately. Assume any liability for what customers do with their copies of games.
That's all he can do in the face of the one point that unravels his entire argument. Roll his eyes and raise his eyebrows. When he does mention private servers for WoW, it's to make this claim.
So this would not.
You think you do, but you don't. There it is.
Liability for the customer actions. Except it would, because every single time that somebody would go off and create a private server, and that private server would have problems. Do you know who gets tickets for it? The parent company that made the original game. Do you know how I know that? Because we got tens of thousands of tickets at Blizzard for private servers for World of Warcraft.
That's pretty interesting to hear from Jason, because on Blizzard's own website, this is what it says. Private WoW servers are against the Blizzard terms of use. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you must download the official game client through the Blizzard app. Blizzard customer support doesn't provide assistance with issues in private
he's just
servers.
lying now again.
Very curious. Well, I guess Jason knows more about Blizzard than Blizzard itself. After all, he worked there for 30 years. His 40 years of experience in Blizzard triumphs Blizzard's own existence, since it's only been active for about 34 years, which frankly pales in comparison to his 50 years of work at Blizzard.
I didn't know so many things. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is an evil horse who deserved it. The closest thing to a point Jason comes to during all of this is his concern for how this kind of regulation may affect small teams. But then again, Jason could have tailored his point to clarify there should be some kind of exemption for small game dev companies. At no point does he try to engage with what Ross is saying in good faith. Instead, this is how he acts.
If we get enough signatures, then this goes before the European Union to be considered as new law.
I hope it gets shot down. So you're social engineering politicians that don't know anything about the subject matter to try and push through an initiative about an industry you clearly don't understand to stop killing video games in a way that would kill all live service games. Am I getting that right?
No, you're not.
I feel like I'm getting that right. Not only do I not want to back
I think
this,
you're not, mate. I think you're just being stupid.
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
Despite Jason's absolute lack of tact when engaging with the initiative, Ross still took the time to try and ignite a reasonable discussion in the comments of Jason's stream. He wrote, "Based on your response, I think there's a combination of values clash and there's a misunderstanding on much of what we're asking for. For example, WoW would likely be exempt from this measure since it's considered
social, I know, right? Social engineering politician.
The customer is told explicitly when their access ends at the time of payment.
He's just so dumb, isn't he?
Do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that, but I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. We obviously have very different perceptions of the likely outcome of this. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know of to be adamantly against what we're doing. If you're interested, I would be fine with having a discussion with you
he was
on this,
open for
where
a
we could at least
discussion, but I know
things.
Pirate Software just
Jason
wasn't
saw and
interested.
decided to respond to Ross's comment.
I'm not
on the
going to
stream,
do that.
Where he said this.
If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And the reason
I don't
why
think
is
like you're not even willing to sit down with a person you disagree with.
That made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video, right here, where you discuss reasons why.
Asana helps your team.
He's just like so smug and full of himself and doesn't want to even sit down and have a conversation that's going to help alleviate the issues he's got.
Disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know, how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win, they don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that.
I don't have any respect for that.
Conversation with you because of this.
So his reason for not being open to talking to Ross about it was because Ross displayed a perfectly reasonable degree of cynicism towards politicians' motivations. Even calling it cynicism isn't really fair because Ross is just telling the truth. He's not even mentioning the worst aspect of it, which is that politicians that don't know much about video games are already being weaponized against consumers and have been for decades now. So now Jason isn't only standing on business for corporations, he's also going King Von for the integrity of politicians. How courageous. By the way, while the Ross comment Jason addressed has stayed up, there was another one Ross posted, further clarifying SKG's intentions, but it was deleted by Jason. When confronted about the deletion, Jason replied claiming that deleted comments contained hate speech, personal attacks, and doxing information. The good old hate speech excuse for doing whatever is most
good old
convenient
hate
for you
speech.
never fails
When
to
you
show up in
can't,
these cases,
you can't make a
does it?
rebuttal.
Much like
Might
how he
as well
strategized his
delete
Kickstarter
it through
project to
hate
trick
speech.
game journalists into covering it. Some people on Reddit talked about Jason's deletion.
Or should stay in his lane. He has admitted on screen to deleting people's comments just to make them come back and make another one so he gets more engagement among other shady and fucked up things. He doesn't care about ethics or morals. He scams and deliberately screw with his viewers in order to get himself more money. Oh, we're going to get to that, hopefully. I hope we do. The fact that anyone listens to Pirate Software is a miracle. He's a greedy, shady corporate slug from Blizzard. The troll for sure, his moral compass is questionable at best.
Comments claiming that he had previously stated on stream that he
I really hope they bring up to do with
and engage with the videos more, among other
get himself more money.
Keep that in mind, as this kind of behavior will resurface later down the line.
Yes.
On August 5th, another respected representative of game preservation and right to repair causes, Louis Rossman, weighed in on the issue, with a particular focus on the same thing Ross mentioned in his comment: games, which are services but aren't marketed as such. Another important thing he brings up is that the initiative can really be considered less than a draft of what the final legislature will actually reflect, and that's how it should be treated. Otherwise, if the only way to put forth an idea is to already have it fully formed and perfected, then no one can ever put forth any ideas. Lastly, he clarifies that the initiative isn't retroactive, so even if it did eventually become law, it wouldn't require every game ever made to be adapted, and it would only apply to games produced after the law had been passed.
Yeah.
Lewis's contribution to the discussion is essentially a bypass of Jason's critiques. tweets, and a repackaging of Ross's summary that tailors the message toward game devs with more genuine concerns about how SKG may affect them. All credit to him, he tried to be amicable to Jason's perspective, but the entire gaming community was already ablaze in hatred. That ship had long since sailed. One day after Rossman's video, Jason came back with a video, and this time around, a lot of the cynical energy he displayed in the original stream clip had visibly been beaten out of him. After getting nothing but pats on the back from his community for years, his overnight transformation from cool hacker game dev guy to evil
Hacker
game
man
destroyer hit him pretty hard. He starts the video giving his usual credentials, 60 years working for Blizzard and
60.
whatever, and he goes really
Gonna be
hard on the
80
angle
soon.
of, I'm just a guy trying to help people make games, essentially presenting himself as a victim of an undeserved hate train.
Always
I would
the
go over this
victim,
beat for
isn't
beat
he?
as well, but
Always.
unfortunately, Jason learned nothing in the several days since this controversy began and is mostly reiterating his original points, thinking that if he says it in a less mean way, it'll suddenly make sense to people. I don't really understand why he even made a follow-up video if he wasn't open to talking to Ross or anyone else directly, which leads me to think he really just wanted to shift the narrative by saying the same things again, but this time wringing his hands and shrugging a lot. The one notable moment is near the end, when I think he confirms my theory.
Aside from that,
imagine being able to build anything.
You know what, I'm gonna, after stream, I'm gonna sort out getting YouTube Premium because having ads every so often is not helping.
like live service games, as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them.
Some people run businesses selling furry one models and then tear down their own business by firing their staff because their staff realize it's a video game and they don't. I guess that's the way it is. Grum's worked 10,000 years at Blizzard. His gaming takes are even better. I know, right? I will admit, Grum's can be pretty hit or miss with his takes, but when he has a good one, he has a good one. I don't think I've ever seen Pirate Software have a good take.
Really cool thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird.
To have gone through all of this and think that this is still some ploy to destroy all live service games is peak dishonesty. I don't even know why.
Yeah, he's just being dishonest as fuck.
He was wrong. It wouldn't even really hurt him that much at this point. Under this video, Jason left a comment addressing potential critiques of his argument. The first thing he goes after is the issue of monetization in private servers, where he suggests that having the government prevent it would lead to a lot of red tape. But that red tape already exists. It's called DMCA, and whoever is the rightful owner of the game's IP can file a claim. Even if the company has shut down alongside the game, the IP can still be owned by somebody, whether it's by an individual or another company, in the case that, during its liquidation, the original company sold off its intellectual properties. Now, in the case that—
Yeah, because that reminds me, recently, I forgot the name of the company, the company that did, what was it? The Lord of the Rings games, the one with the Nemesis system. Let me Google it quickly. Lord of the Rings system. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. So their system for their game is like such a great system. But recently, I think it's a few months back now, they actually got shut down, and the like games now, the system itself, because it was like is like copyrighted by them for so long, we've got to wait like till I think it's like 2030 before anyone can start making a game with that system, which is it's really sucky because it's such a great system to have in like an action game where you can like fight enemies over and over again, and they'll keep coming back, and they'll improve, and they'll learn, and they'll become like your nemesis and try and hunt you down, stuff like that, and get like resistances to stuff that you've used on them before, and that's just gone now. which just sucks.
That the IP became abandonware, then the original IP owner clearly didn't care to preserve it. The only problem with the DMCA is that it currently is being abused against people who make free fan games and run private servers for no profit. The other case Jason presents is if people are allowed to
If we do allow monetization, this leads to a really weird attack potential if people can monetize their servers. You make an awesome game that has a small community. I want to monetize that game, run my own servers. I create a shitload of bots and constant exploits to erode the game and your business. Your business closes and now you have to give out server binaries to keep the game in a playable state. I can now profit off your work via private servers. This is unlikely as we've seen mass attacks such as with TF2. We actually see echoes of this in the mobile market already as well. Any examples? Where's the examples? There's no examples. The only defense right now is DMCA and other takedown measures. Devs legitimately have very little protections as is, and this would erode that further. This creates an incentive for abuse where the abuser is protected as they are within their legal right to operate said abandoned game servers.
monetize. And his counter argument here
It's
is
just,
even
it's
more
not
out of
that
touch.
true.
He describes a situation in which a malicious actor uses bots and exploits to kill a game with the intent of firing up their own private server post-mortem to profit off of the game's demise. This is silly because if this malicious actor can profitably run a server of the game, wouldn't it be vulnerable to the same botting and exploits that destroyed the game in the first place?
Exactly.
And if this malicious actor can prevent those exploits, can't the company who originally owned the game do the same thing in this scenario? As a matter of fact, isn't it
It's like he's sitting there thinking they're gonna do this to the game and they're the only ones that can do it.
the obligation of a company who provides a live service game to do everything in their power to keep their game intact? I think it's pretty obvious how this hypothetical breaks down on its own, but somehow Jason thought this point was so brilliant he made an entire follow-up video dedicated to explaining it. The other points aren't nearly as deserving of coverage, just more gallivanting on Jason's part to make him seem like he knows more about this topic than anyone else. Ross eventually tried
He's
to
clueless,
communicate
isn't he?
again, justifying his cynical stance on why politicians would pick the initiative up, but much like his previous attempts to get through to Jason, it yielded no results. Even in his follow-up video, Jason continues to be dishonest about private server practices.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is.
But it's allowing people to play the game after and continue experiencing that enjoyment they had after it's been taken down by the company. It's something they've paid for. It's an experience they've paid for to enjoy, and the company takes it away by shutting it down and not letting those individuals have access to play it. He's so like clueless about it all, isn't he?
You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
Except that it does make sense, because the aforementioned private...
One of the most successful private servers to date in World of Warcraft had 800,000 registered accounts. After the conclusion of Notorious's servers, a discussion about the possibility of Blizzard's opening an official legacy servers had begun. And in fact, didn't they actually take on some of the people from Nostarius to actually help implement the classic WoW Classic servers? And look how that's going now. You've got WoW Classic, the Burning Crusade Classic, the Wrath of the Lich King Classic, Cataclysm Classic, Mists of Pandaria Classics just come out. So they're literally making it possible for you to replay through every expansion on a character if you wanted to, and relive those classic experiences you had when the game and those expansions first came out. So surely isn't that what a good thing to do? Like, obviously it's Blizzard implementing that now, but it came from the success of a private server.
The WoW server amassed over 800,000 registered accounts, with peaks of 150,000 active accounts in a given week and over 18,000 concurrent players before it was shut down. Is that a pathetic snapshot of a dead game too? There are AAA live service games being released
Concord,
right now
oh my
are
god.
legitimate companies that can't get 18,000 concurrent players.
Bro.
To give Jason credit,
Didn't Concord like peak at like 1,000 or something? And then like it rapidly decreased, and then it was like peaked. It had like 100 players active within 24 hours or something.
he does acknowledge that there are some private servers that are successful, but he then proceeds to shut it down as not a solution because it opens devs up to abuse, as if he had already established how that would necessarily be the case.
It opens up a route for abuse to the developers.
Hello,
How?
welcome to the
How does it open
My
up
name's Byron, and I've
that
got 20
route?
years of ministry
Explain it to us, please.
So that is not a solution. Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive.
That's the thing, he's
Another
not really
caveat to this whole
giving
thing
examples
is,
or
what if you don't care
excuses
that your private
for like
server
why
doesn't
it's
have a lot of
incorrect.
players? I can think of
He's just
plenty of live
saying
service
it was not a
games
good
that you can
idea,
reasonably
and that's
play
why.
without a ton of players in the same server, which I guess he'd also consider abusive. I suppose a company like Valve, who has a track record of allowing players to run their own servers, has been allowing their users to abuse them for the past 20 years. That's why they're so unprofitable, right?
Yeah.
He's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you. He funny as hell though.
The comments on this video in particular are possibly the most poignant. It's actually
pretty simple. If you design your game specifically with anti-consumer practices in mind, don't be surprised when the consumer starts hitting you back. Valve has multiple live service games, and people have always been able to host their own servers however they like. If you are anti-consumer, the consumer is going to be anti-you.
Simple.
So true.
If you design
So
your
true.
game specifically with anti-consumer practices in mind, don't be surprised when the consumer starts hitting you back. Valve has multiple live service games, and people have always been able to host their own servers however they like. If you are anti-consumer, the consumer is going to be anti-you. Someone even copy-pasted a comment made by the company Running with Scissors, who made the Postal games, which detailed how, despite being an indie company,
Comment from Running with Scissors. Thanks for the shout out. We feel obliged to explain our position now and why we care about what's going on here. We're just an indie we are just an indie dev with no live service plans, but we are a publisher and developer that has worked to keep our games playable for literally decades at this point, even if it's not in our best business interests. Hence why we wholeheartedly support this initiative. In the unlikely event we did end up with a live service game, there will be an end of life plan built into it, if nothing else, but so that our own developers that would have spent years working on it would not see their work just vanish one day. For our part, as long as we are around, we endeavor to keep our games playable, at the very least on PC. We're not perfect, but we do try, given our limited means as a truly independent studio. He's obviously written with our own bias track record.
in activity since the 90s, they have always successfully made.
So Postal 1997, we no longer update this game, so we made it open source and made it free. We have in the past rolled community updates into the base game, and we'll always try to make sure it survives any OS version updates. If the time comes we're not around, at least the source is out there for anyone interested to fix it up. Should some OS update breaks it. That's fair enough. That's honestly fair enough.
Games playable indefinitely. And the best part is, they're just one of the many examples of companies who do exactly what Jason tries to paint as impossible. Or at least he tries to paint them as too hard for a smaller team to do. Whether it's private servers saving games,
Valve adds all the Team Fortress 2 client and server game code to its source mod tools, letting modders build completely new games based on TF2 and publish them on Steam.
fixing
Great.
bugs, keeping
Gives
games
them a way
alive,
to continue
promoting
playing the
mod culture. There's
game
no
and
shortage of
updating it.
examples that run directly counter to everything Jason said in his video. He is simply existing in an alternate reality. In his attempt to be a white knight for developers, he managed to earn literally nothing but universal disapproval, including from other indie devs. On August 9th, right at the heels of all this controversy, the developer of Cruelty Squad made a tweet, which read, "Discovered that YouTube is full of extremely popular game dev videos where the dev authoritatively explains what makes a game good, while simultaneously showing the most boring game you've ever seen." While Jason was never named here, people in the replies immediately
Shots fired, man. Yes, the games I don't like are bad, but this one game where you pick up peanuts off the ground one by one for several hours has the best game dev design you guys ever You guys should check it
recognize this
out.
to be about him, especially considering the time frame.
Perfect.
Another wrinkle to all of this drama is that just a few months prior to the beginning of this inferno surrounding Jason and Stop Killing Games, an announcement had been made about him being a significant part of a game publishing company called Off-Brand Games. This company just happened to be working on publishing a live service game called...
See, I've seen Rivals of Aether, and it does look decent, but no, there's no monkey character, and we can't accept that. Until they add a monkey character, we ain't playing it. We get to watch an advert about shopping.
Very cool, Martin. Try the UK's #1 supermarket bakery with Little Plus.
This AI tool will create a stunning
AI tool
ebook directly
videos
from
now.
your content with its Microsoft
Yeah, I
Word
definitely
document,
need to get YouTube Premium, don't I?
Rivals of Aether 2. This is obviously a conflict of interest that Jason never mentioned in any of his tirades.
Yeah,
against
definitely a
SKG.
conflict of
I
interest.
must wonder why. But a little while later, the initial momentum of the SKG controversy died down, and Jason played it pretty smart for a guy as invested in online drama as he was. For the rest of the year, the bits of controversies he got involved in were really small in comparison. In late August, he spoke about the fur affinity hack and took the opportunity to take a couple of jabs at Kiwi Farms, probably because he knew they were speaking about him. Interestingly enough, he never mentions that he's a furry, which is
Just
odd
install
considering the
Adblock.
context. In early September,
I can't be
we see
arsed.
EVE Online return.
I'd just
because
rather just
Jason
pay
got into a
for it,
small
to be
issue with the
honest.
community, where he found himself having to explain his in-game
I did have it
tactics,
before,
as
to be fair.
bystanders, some of whom
Just
were
need
very
to,
familiar with
set
the
it
game,
up again.
speculated that his strategies made literally no sense. Now, you might think that this is meaningless, but he actually got in trouble for a situation just like this right after. While Jason scuttled away from the online community with his tail between his legs,
Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Okay, I'm back. My government actually recommends you install Adblock for internet security. Oh, I don't know. I might look into it. I might just pay for it. I'll look later.
streaming World of Warcraft all day, sometimes for 24 hours straight, the community slowly grew more negative.
The guy has a Norse god's name, and we call him Pirate Software. Isn't his name Jason? It's Maldavius Figure.
On him. Eventually, it got to the point where it was too much for him to bear, so he started tweeting at his detractors again. But much worse than that, he allegedly started having their videos taken down. Although this began
Yeah, I
in
saw
late
about
August
this where he's
2024,
basically
it's a phenomenon that goes on to
copyright
this day.
striking
The
people.
First, at least to my knowledge, was Ano's video on him, which was reported for cyberbullying and harassment. Jason apparently commented on Ano's video and defended himself, which led some to
Wingless main face is the minor you're talking about. I was 19, 20 at the time. He was 17. We were friends and never did anything sexual together. Honestly disgusting to even suggest that. Go ask them yourself.
believe he was involved or otherwise responsible in the
Shit shit onto the internet just as much as I do. I just don't pretend to be righteous while I do so. I don't like you. I don't need a reason to not like you. You're weird and fake and genuinely untrustworthy. The fact that you rather spend your time here than anywhere else says enough. You want to talk about how you've moved on and you're older now. You're 40. Go spend some time with your kids. Oh wait, yikes! Sorry. Oof.
flagging
Shots
of the video.
fired.
Given that this video had a big emphasis on the Emoto story and the sensitive allegations that Jason did something inappropriate with her, let's try to give Jason the benefit of the doubt here and assume the takedown was 100% justified, whether Jason did it or not. The only problem is, soon after, a video by Dr. Copper was taken down, then 2 other videos, and a review of Heartbound, all on the grounds of harassment and cyberbullying. By late October, there were allegedly 15 videos on Jason that got taken down.
15
However, he
videos
was met with
taken
an
down.
obstacle in late January, when he made the mistake of opting to do a DMCA takedown instead of having his community report it for harassment, which led a YouTuber called the Other Frost to cover his case. Frost's video did a really good job of documenting it, so if you want a better breakdown of what happened, you should go watch it. But for the sake of brevity, what happened here is that Brandon Ferrantino, the creator of the game Idle Streaming Bonanza, which contains parodies of multiple popular
PQX, Moki Payne, Asmund Silva,
streamers,
Dr. Diddle. Oh my god, Dr. Diddles. What was the other show?
Streaming Bonanza, which contains parodies of multiple popular
Jim the Fat Man,
streamers,
Irate Hardware.
Jason's voice, not in the game, but instead in a personal build of the game for his own entertainment. Brandon then showed this parody of Jason, which contained voice lines from him on stream, much to the entertainment of his audience and the rage of Jason, who promptly filed a DMCA. When Brandon counterclaimed, this is what Jason said.
Hey, Kronos, we have to file a legal complaint against that dude earlier. We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission. It's a really stupid thing to do. Incredibly so. So I'm going to send this over to Kronos now because he is a lawyer in copyright law.
I think I saw about this as well. Like his lawyer is just like useless, basically.
Job. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud.
There are two things that Jason is lying about here. Firstly, his voice is not actually in the game, and secondly, Kronos, his stream mod, is not a real lawyer. As it turns out, when you're a full-time LARPer, you attract people like you. And Kronos somehow LARPed well enough to convince Jason to try and take Brandon's game down from Steam, despite his voice not actually being in the game. Unfortunately for
just fact check, all they had to do was find out, like, either play the game himself or ask someone that has played it, or even, you know, message to the guy that made the game to see if his voice is in the game or not. It's really not that hard. Like, he's just digging himself a bigger hole in every sort of situation he's been in.
A real lawyer was peeved by the situation and offered his services to Brandon, free of charge. The lawyer's name is Mario, and this is what he said. The DMCA you issued was unlawful. You should review the demand letter we sent with an actual U.S. attorney, not a person from Britain who is not admitted to practice law. Basically, this Kronos guy did complete law school in England, but at least at that time, wasn't licensed to practice. In a Substack article from Frost about this, he displayed several Discord messages.
Let me read these.
In a Substack article,
it's between the two lawyers, isn't it? Idle Streaming Bonanza was the game. The appropriate parties will reply to this ticket when available. Oh, hey, is this the game that includes clips of Thor speaking in game? I saw the Reddit thread about this. Looks like you were warned by people on there about this exact outcome. It don't matter. The DMCA will get removed. Thor's voice is not in any content on stream. Y'all jumped the gun on something that doesn't exist on Steam.
Several Discord messages exchanged between Kronos and Brandon, where, despite Brandon clearly...
We can file legal proceedings based on the use of clips of the clip/voice. You were entirely able to voice act the lines yourself. We would no longer have an issue with utilizing someone else's voice rather than Thor's. Would turn this from a copyright issue to a mere...
He just
put it off there.
And Brandon, where, despite Brandon clearly explaining Jason's voice,
you cannot call it a guest appearance, but sure, feel free to include the lines he spoke as an Easter egg. Team has kindly provided us with your personal information so we can file the claim in the States.
He just sticks his head in the ground.
You published a clip of the game to this website, not a published build of the game, and clearly stated that pirate software was playable. So you've published news about your game. About a build. Like, they're not even checking the information correctly. It is a build about which you have published information, footage, or other details. All we're asking is that you do remove the clip voiceovers, replace them with your own voice acting. We're happy to make a filing, Mr. Ferrantino, but that may seem like a waste of your time as well as ours.
Jason's voice was evidence that there was a build which violated DMCA. Reading these DMs isn't necessary, but it's pretty funny to see that Kronos has the same habit as Jason of pretending like he's way more formal than he actually is, down to calling Brandon Mr. Ferrantino over Discord. When Mario started talking to Kronos, however, we see a radical shift in tone. So here,
I'm going to demand that you immediately withdraw, or I may seek damages under Lens v Universal and 512F. That is not a threat. I am investigating the situation, but you are not correct, nor should you be dispensing legal advice as to the 14 days being an absolute shield to liability. I will send legal correspondence. I do believe my conversation with you is at an end, as you are not an attorney, nor does it seem you are authorized to handle legal matters for Mr. Hall. I will directly correspond to him directly. I will direct correspondence to him directly. Okay. We will be withdrawing the DMCA once we have prepared the documentation to do so. We need them to email this to Steam, to the platform to which the notice was filed. I do not know what their process is on their end. I recognize you will be sending the letter to Mr. Hall, and I will inform him accordingly.
Mario says,
he gets ratioed straight away.
Or I may seek damages under Lens v Universal. That is not a threat. You are not correct, nor should you be dispensing legal advice as to the 14 days being an absolute shield to liability. I will send legal correspondence. I do believe my conversation with you is at an end, as you are not an attorney, nor does it seem you are authorized to handle a legal matter for Mr. Hall. I will direct correspondence to him directly. And then Kronos says, we will be withdrawing the DMCA once we have prepared the documentation to do so. We then need to email this to Steam, the platform to which the notice was filed. I do not know what their process is on their end. I recognize you will be sending a letter to Mr. Hall and will inform him accordingly. It turns out we are not in the finding out timeline. Or maybe just Jason is. When the legal correspondence came to Jason, he didn't.
Due to Pirate Software's silence, Mario sent a follow-up letter on January 30th. Pirate Software is free to ignore the letters and free to pursue a lawsuit if he wishes, but the purpose of the follow-up was to note that Mario and Ferrotina reached out in good faith to have a discussion about the use of Pirate Software's likeness in idle streaming bonanza in a good faith attempt to avoid possible litigation or future claims. Mario believes that Ferrotina's limited usage of Pirate Software's voice clips or voice impressions would fall under fair use. He cites a case in which free speech's constitutional limits were extended to state torts, another case in which fair use is applied to misappropriation of likeness cases, and another in which fair use for misappropriation of physical and vocal likeness is in a video game's context.
Respond. So Mario followed up with more correspondence, prompting
You can choose to raid the caravan, or you can choose to guard it. This is a game where slaying monsters.
Jason not to admit that he was wrong, but instead to make it followed up with more correspondence.
This is a follow-up letter to a letter I sent 22nd Jan 2025 concerning your DMCA takedown notice claiming that Mr. Ferrotino misused your copyright or likeness, or both, in a video game he published. First, thank you sincerely for withdrawing the DMCA takedown notice as promptly as you did. Second, my client is still exploring whether to incorporate your vocal likeness in a work critical of you, the video game, on Steam. We believe in good faith this work would fall within bounds of fair use under the federal and state law, including liability for misappropriation of vocal likeness. I've already explained why we believe fair use applies to copyright.
Prompting Jason not to admit that he was wrong, but instead to make a tweet.
The DMCA was absolutely not unlawful. We filed a DMCA in response to the developer claiming that he put my voice in the video game in a playable build, and he showed evidence of this via a Reddit thread. But he didn't. Did he admit? Did he say specifically that it was a playable build? No. He had it in a personal build. He was told by many others that doing this was not legally advisable and decided to move forward anyway. Like, what? Why is he like showing like live stream fails? Great. I just find it funny that his like evidence for all these points is Reddit. Of all the things you could use to like back yourself up, Reddit is not the best way to do it. When we filed the DMCA, he went on a state that this was all bait in an effort to boost his game,
making up an excuse as to why he withdrew the DMCA. The DMCA was absolutely not unlawful. We filed a DMCA in response to the developer claiming that he put my voice in his video game in a playable build, and he showed evidence of this on video via a Reddit thread. We took down the DMCA notice as he reached out and stated that he would be voice acting the lines instead. You're spreading misinformation in a bias form to generate views. We've handled this through the legal route as is appropriate. In this same tweet, Jason Jason uses the same clip from Reddit of Brandon playing his personal build as evidence that this was a published build, when again, it wasn't. Much later on, Jason made another statement on the situation, this time in the form of a comment under one of his videos.
Thanks for all the positive comments here and through other social medias. If something is missing from this, it's likely because I didn't think it was as big of a deal as you, or we've discussed it to death on stream. I'm not making another video about this, so if you want to ask, just reach out to me or ask on stream. We discuss stuff like this all the time anyway. Apparently a lot of people are upset that I didn't bring up the DMCA claim. No, we did not file a lawsuit against an indie developer. No, we did not file a DMCA claim because he's making fun of me. We filed a DMCA claim because the developer showed visual evidence of using my unmodified. The guy uses a voice changer, so technically he's modifying his own voice in. He's not even showing an unmodified voice in his streams and content.
Addressing all of his recent controversies, but nothing new is really
the
said.
guy's
As for
delusional.
all the other instances of people's videos on him getting taken down, to this day, he maintains that he is not responsible for it. While all of this slowly unfolded, another minor side controversy also took place, where Jason made a video coming out in support of the game engine Godot, as they were going through some turbulence at the time. Basically, here's what happened. Godot's official Twitter account made a tweet signaling the support of their engine being used to make woke games. Their words, not mine. A lot of gamers weren't particularly happy about this, and most of them replied to the tweet, asking them to keep politics out of it. In turn, the Godot Twitter account started blocking people
Very
left and
professional.
right, which led people to figure
You don't
out
want
who was the
politics,
manager of the Twitter account,
then
only to
I need to
confirm
ban
the
you.
suspicions that it was a very politically inclined person, and that the tweet was very intentional. Simultaneously, as people in Godot's own community server started getting banned for taking issue with the tweet, users did some research on the moderator who was responsible for these bans, Xananax, who apparently used to say the N-word a lot on Discord.
Oh, lovely.
You and I are not so different.
The one caveat to this aspect of the story is that the server that Xananax modded for was not technically official, although it was frequently linked on Godot's own website as if it was. So for all intents and purposes, the server at least used to be Godot's community server. While the situation already didn't look great, the Xananax messages forced Godot's hand to apologize for the woke games tweet, although they maintain that the Discord server the mod was in wasn't official. Now, despite the apology, they continued to regularly block people, not just on Twitter, but also on GitHub, which prevented people from getting updates to the engine. This is a particularly questionable move, since Godot is heavy on their reliance on donations and financial support from its user base. During all of this, Jason noticed how big this thing was and decided to pitch in to basically reiterate Godot's official statements in a more didactic and vague way, so that people would question it even less. Of course,
So he's basically
Xananax's
playing
random
defense
Discord
for him.
messages from years ago aren't officially representative of Godot, even if the Discord server was vaguely tied to them. Based on what we see here, the worst they did was block people frivolously, which may have affected some donors. Ultimately, this means their loss, as sponsors who aren't into this kind of political signaling will pull out.
I think I know what's happening. I think woke is dead.
Strangely enough, one of the sponsors who pulled out was none other than Moldavius Figtree himself, whose Pirate Software logo mysteriously disappeared since this controversy. But all of this stuff was peanuts compared to what was about to happen. In January 2025, Jason was playing Hardcore WoW, which is a version of the game
Here we
where
are,
if you die,
the
you lose your
manager.
character. During one of his streams, his party ended up getting more attention from aggro mobs than initially intended, so they decided to collectively flee. Now, I don't actually play World of Warcraft, but I'm going to do my best to summarize what happened here. The thing about fleeing in WoW is that the mage plays a significant role in it, as mages have the ability to crowd control mobs. Jason was a mage, so this was his responsibility, but instead, he spammed a spell called Blink, which teleported him way ahead of the rest of the party, leaving
He
them
used
to
a level
die. When
3
confronted about his conduct, he claimed he had no
Frost,
mana and
Blizzard
thus
instead
couldn't
of
help
a
his
level
party,
level
despite having
1.
multiple items that would restore his mana and allow him to help his party.
That is outrageous, dude.
He used every single ability he could to blow his mana. Right, like when they start saying about him having to use his mana, he literally sits there spamming stuff like his frost shield and stuff to use up more mana, so he can be like, I haven't got any mana.
For that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you.
He also lied and claimed his spells didn't have crowd control ability, and blamed everyone else for the deaths of their characters. Now, it may sound very silly that this was even a controversy. I mean, he was playing video games with other people. It's fake, who cares, right? But this actually is an important stepping stone to understanding the downfall of pirate software. It wasn't his screw job itself that sealed his fate. Instead, it was his compulsive inability.
Yeah, it was how he acted after.
As surprising as it may sound, this botched hardcore WoW run ignited a hate wave that I think was even greater than when he opposed Stop Killing Games, at least initially. He eventually made a tweet that presents
people
itself
don't
as an
like when you
apology,
fuck up
but
in
when you look
games
under
and
the
then
hood, it's anything but.
take
He
no
blames everyone else
accountability.
in the party for also having made mistakes, and make sure to remind everyone that he is indeed a former Blizzard employee.
Pirate Software, don't mention you're an ex-Blizzard employee challenge.
Impossible.
This tweet got to 4 million views, and he deleted the original VOD of him playing WoW, almost as if he was trying to sweep it under the rug entirely. Due to Jason's inability to just take the fault, Soda Poppin', who is another streamer and the leader of their guild,
He was the leader of their guild at the
came
time.
forward on his Discord server and said this: I made the decision to kick Pirate from the guild. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing.
There's a bit more to it just before this, where basically, so at the time, Soda Poppin' and Tyler 1 had a duel, and Tyler 1 ended up winning, which meant that he was the guild leader. And I mean, technically he was the guild leader, but like Soda Poppin' still kind of like was like a pseudo guild leader, where he did help out with the responsibilities. So in this situation, Tyler 1 had tried to get them to sit down in a call and like sort stuff out, but then like obviously Pirate Software just be like, no. He basically like said his side of things and then refused to listen to Yamato's, and just noped out of the call, and then went off while feeding his ego. And then obviously, because of how he acted, a lot of the people in OnlyFans were like, yeah, we don't feel comfortable playing with him or being around him, so Soda Poppin' kicked him.
Or being around him, and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may not have felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him, quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision. But still, I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide. Into
all he had to do
stay safe,
was
gamers.
just admit
This
where
is
he
about
fucked
as
up.
polite as Soda Poppin' could be, but clearly it still got under Jason's skin, leading him to make this passive-aggressive tweet about it, followed by him suggesting that the entire guild was ganging up on him and being toxic. The news about this made its way back to Ross, who was still trying to promote Stop Killing Games, and this is what he said.
If you're against Stop Killing Games, and it's because of what you heard from Pirate Software, I think he represented Stop Killing Games as accurately as he represented his behavior in World of Warcraft and towards the World of Warcraft community. Like he said, the guild he was in was something like, it was built on hate. And from what I saw the guild, it didn't look like that. It looked like they're built on trying to have a wild time or something. Like, you know.
He was just trying to find any excuse to like moan and blame them.
So yeah, I
and
guess
come out as the victim.
One thing that is a little frustrating on my end is that there seems to be very little cross connections between people realizing what he did in World of Warcraft versus realizing he basically did the exact same thing earlier in Stop Killing Games. And it would be really great if we could kind of bridge those a little.
This whole thing brought the levels of skepticism toward Jason to new heights, and people began combing through his recent content, detecting something strange.
I watched his Animal Well playthrough. Okay, I watched the whole thing, but it was on second monitor. And I liked the video. And I remember thinking in the video, I was like, damn, he's good at puzzles, man. I was like, if I was doing this, I'd be stuck. That's what I remember thinking.
Yeah, the puzzle controversies as well. Shit, I forgot about these. There's a bunch of like really complex puzzle games he's played where he somehow magically gets like every puzzle correct first time, or like discovers the answer. And it's like puzzles that have took like the community that play the game like
with that knowledge,
weeks to figure out how to do it. And he just does it first time without any issues.
I don't know. All I'm saying is I wish someone smarter than me could look into it.
What you just saw was male pattern baldness representative. What you just saw was Glizzy Enjoyer. I'm sorry, that's not right. What you just saw was a streamer named Atriok calling attention to this question. And he got what he wanted because people started looking into it. During his gameplay of Outer Wilds, which was specified in the title to be a blind long play, the game without backseat gaming from the chat and without looking at guides, people noticed that whenever he got stuck in a part of the game,
yeah, I need to move my chair for this.
The numbers.
Yeah.
What?
I've fast forward. I've gone backwards.
It cheated the game dramatically easier. Momo dies.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll go to the corner so I can.
Or when a live service game dies. Oh, damn.
Play wrong, but instead to make it
that he like looked up a guy that he like mentioned during
content detecting skepticism.
Good at
true, but not Mary. That's not right. What you just saw, people started on play, meaning he's playing
I'll just be in the center for this bit
and without looking at guides. People noticed that whenever he got stuck in a part of the game, he started looking at his.
He's like clearly looking at his phone, but he doesn't want to admit that he's looking at his phone. Give me a second. Go back to the corner now.
Phone.
I just wanted to show that
he had an epiphany of how to solve.
Like he's trying to fake
Eventually,
that.
People did the same thing to the long play.
He's trying to say that like he never once looked at his phone and like
the same pattern of
there's like clear
with Jason
parts where he's just looking down for a long period of time, which is clearly looking at his phone.
He eventually caught wind that people were noticing and claimed he was playing games on his phone or texting.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game?
How did I cheat in that game?
All right, bud. It's a wild ass thing to say. You were typing and they assumed you were Googling? No? I was probably playing Monster Hunter.
I was probably playing Monster Hunter.
I've been playing that shit on phone for ages. I always keep it right here. Unless I was typing to somebody or texting to somebody. I don't freaking know.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps the most glaring example of him accidentally.
No, what you mean I was cheating? I wasn't on my phone. He was looking down at your phone. What? Oh, I must have been playing another game or you know, texting someone.
As if he knew them beforehand. Maybe he was sick of making a fool out of himself while gaming, so Jason decided to return to another one of his supposed fortes, hacking. Although that didn't go that well either. In the midst of doing one of his masterclass demonstrations, he thinks that he's figured out some kind of cyber attack involving something called a jump box, while inadvertently admitting on stream that he just walked into a VPN called Tunnel Bear without realizing he did.
Providers Tunnel Bear, domain is digitalocean.com. Server for rent. Yeah, server for rent. 100%. Normal stuff. So likely this is a rented server from a dude that's using this for attacks. There's your attacker. There's his jump box. We have his jump box.
The negative feedback was just mounting more and more, and in order to stave it off, Jason was banning people in his chat by the thousands. 30,000 to be specific.
At first,
30,000 bans, man.
On a political initiative, and now it's turned into how much money can I milk out of this? So have fun.
Okay.
322 already? Yeah. No resets every day, yeah.
Oh, you're going to hear a number that he keeps calling out that's going to get bigger and bigger. That is the amount of bans that they are doing on people in his stream at that point. It actually gets over 1,000 for this day.
Consequently, his stream, which used to bring in over 20,000 concurrent viewers, had dwindled to less than 8. It's still a very good number, but judging from how quickly the number was dropping,
the thing is, right,
additionally,
if he just stopped feeding his ego and just admitted he was wrong at certain points in his career, in like what he said or what he did, people would just be like, yeah, you know what, fair enough. Yes, he's gonna lose some followers, but he'd still have like a loyal fan base. But he's getting to the point where even his loyal fan base is getting fed up with him.
Steam itself became one of Jason's distractors at this point, since in February 2025, they implemented notifications to early access games that notified potential buyers of how little a game was being updated.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about this, is he?
Heartbound was hit with it. And this looked particularly grim, since his game was now flooded with negative reviews that Steam deemed legitimate and not the result of gratuitous review bombing. So, with nothing safe from the vitriolic hatred of trolls, what was left for Jason? Well, malding on Twitter, which had become a regular pastime of his at this point. Well,
I've solved nearly 500 puzzle games in this game live on stream while talking to and hanging out with chat. These streams are 12 plus hours long. Man's gotta piss sometime. You also cut out the entire explanation of the puzzle before I solved it, so the time spent after the break trying to solve it. There's another set of attempts before this was solved after that break. I'm not going to poop suck to quell your obsessed behavior. Go outside.
It isn't worth any attention. There is one in which he refers to his 12+ hour streams just a couple of lines before he tells someone to go outside. Insane behavior.
Do you do anything to maintain your physical fitness? I touch grass, my dude. I go outside. Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you know that this clip isn't out of context.
What is he doing there? Yeah. That, you know what? Let me find it. What was it called now? It's a short that I've been watching. Yeah. No, it's just gonna give me Office, isn't it? Oh, I'm not gonna find it, am I? There's a series of shorts I've been watching, right? And they're just they're so perfect for it. I don't know if I'll be able to find them though, because it's been a few days since I've seen one. Let me see. I'm determined to find one now, just to show what I was on about. Where is it? I think I'm close to one. I don't know how far it's gonna go back though. Come on, I gotta find it. I'm determined. I've actually watched a lot of stuff recently. Oh, I was panicking then. It hit a wall, but it's still going. Come on. Come on, there's got to be like one somewhere. Oh, what? I can't remember the name of it, man. Where it was like last week, I watched some as well. Ah, there it is. Chit. That was it. The Chit Show. Yeah, let me get this right here. This is exactly what he reminds me of in that little bit.
But now I think it's pretty obvious that the peacock is Catherine Zeta.
Oh, you can't see it. Give me a sec. Yeah, this one.
Chits, I still do not watch The Masked Singer, but I'll tell you this. Catherine Zeta-Jones is not on live TV singing karaoke in a big bird suit.
Well, then it must be Julia Roberts.
Chit? Do you remember last week when I asked you to order a trophy? It's when are we doing employee of the job with him? Thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
What do we get if we win?
Yeah. Now watch this. Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah.
Just so you know that this clip isn't out of context, he elaborated on it as well.
That's what he's reminding me of right there.
I have to work the land here. So there's a lot of land, and I have to do things on it. I also have to keep weights next to my desk so that I don't turn into a slug human. So anytime I'm doing
keeps
meetings, I'm
weights.
using
That's like a not even a 5 kg, man.
I don't mean to make fun of someone for how little they can lift, but that 2.5-pound dumbbell is
Two
not
and a half,
standing in the
man.
way of any slug transformation. If early 2025 was bad for him, from March onward, he started plummeting at free fall speed. The first thing to go was the last glimmer of hope for Heartbound, as people noticed that he'd been saying the third chapter of the game was 97% finished since 2023. But by April
97%
2025,
finished.
not only was the chapter still not finished, but he even managed to not put out the monthly hotfix quote-unquote update. Keep in mind, he only adopted his monthly update ethos in January 2025, right
Yeah,
around
when he started
Steam
getting
started
backlash.
putting notices of slow updates for early access games, which affected Heartbound. This means that just 3 months into despair updating his game to keep it from being punished by Steam, he was already failing to fulfill his promise just a couple of months later. And on the 11th, many days past his monthly update deadline, he announced that he was having internet problems. All of this is quite ironic, considering this is the kind of stuff he was saying on stream.
I don't break my promises to my players, because if I did, then I wouldn't be making games, right? They would show me very quickly. Like, I have a whole section on
He
this.
hasn't made games in ages. Ah, I do need to get an ad block or something, don't I?
You are never above your community, and you are never too important to spend time responding to them. The moment you think you are, they will show you how untrue that really is. Don't forget that, and I mean that. If I
He's
screw
forgot that
over,
quite a few
if I lie
times.
to
He
them
might
about this
say
stuff,
it, but
they
he's
are well
definitely
within their
forgot
right
it.
to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so, because I don't exist without them.
He is technically right because he's A, not making games, and B, he is being torn down. In the same month he missed the update, Kronos announced Jason was beginning to work on a new game, and that he'd be accepting unpaid concept art from volunteers, in exchange for being credited. What a steal. If anyone dared point out that he spent all of his time streaming and getting into Twitter drama instead of making his game, he just...
Let me read that. An opportunity for the more artistic amongst you. Yeah, Joy, Papa Thor is working on a new Viking steampunk game and needs artists to bring the world to life. The deadline for the submission will be April 8th, 2025. They're looking for talented artists from our community to help shape the visual identity of their upcoming game, which will be a Viking steampunk adventure set in another dimension. We're talking brass and iron longships sailing through the stormy seas, ancient ruins, and blah blah blah. If you're passionate, like,
announced Jason was beginning to work
is
on
he
a new
paying
game,
them?
and that he'd be accepting unpaid concept art.
Oh, this is unpaid, but concept artists will be credited within Yerjoy's stream credits as a concept artist. Wow, what a great guy.
Volunteers in exchange for being credited. What a steal. If anyone dare
Spending 10 plus hours of daily streaming gaming content, 200 plus hours currently in Monster Hunter Wilds, and more than 100 hours combined Assassin's Creed and Ashes of Creation, as well as a subathon, while assuring fans that development is continuing multiple hours a day, doesn't exactly instill confidence in this and future products.
dared point out that he spent all of his time streaming and getting into Twitter drama instead of making his game, he just accused them of not
only is it April 2nd, but you do not appear to own the game or have ever played it. Manufactured outrage does not get games created quicker.
being a genuine buyer. Even his own Discord members
So now he's doing a podcast. He's doing anything except making the game.
were complaining about how little work got done on Heartbound, while Jason kept starting new projects like podcasts. The saddest part is that there are people so under his spell that they continue to white knight him. When a member of his Discord said Jason spent 15 hours a day playing video games, someone actually corrected him, saying
12.
Jason only
And does a lot of dev work off stream, as well as 2 days a
plays
week
video games
minimum
for
off
12 hours a day. Wow.
off
That's
of streaming.
So much better.
So why is chapter 3 of his game then? If he's spending that much time outside his 12-hour streams doing the content, then why is chapter 3 that was meant to release years ago and supposedly at 97% or whatever it was years ago still not being released?
And more productive. Then people say that Jason
And he works on Heartbound off stream to avoid spoilers.
Works on Heartbound off stream to avoid spoiling the game's story. Despite
some
Jason
people are just
himself previously
delusional.
expressing that spoiling Heartbound wasn't a concern due to how many routes the game had.
Also, do you worry about spoilers when developing games on stream? I don't worry about spoilers for Heartbound, and the reason why is because I have thousands of routes in the game. And because I have thousands of routes, what you see on stream is a very small piece of a very large iceberg.
Thousands of
And that's when
routes.
I'm able to build things on stream.
Sure.
5 minutes later.
Someone asks, why do you work on this off stream? Because it's full of spoilers. There's so many things in this that I don't want to show to people, or things that just aren't ready, that if I show you on stream, it's just going to ruin pieces. Like, likely you'll never see those locations, but in the off chance you would, I don't want you to be spoiled.
Kiwi toothpick with 569
So he can't even get his
I
facts
think
right.
it's worth taking an aside here to mention that pretty much all of the turmoil Jason had experienced up until this point probably could have been avoided if he just didn't get into drama. If he spent, let's say, 6 hours a day streaming and the rest of the day working on Heartbound, while his coding would probably still be pretty amateur and bad, he would actually finish the game at some point, I assume. But instead, it seems like he can't help himself but get caught up in all of these weird little controversies. Controversies that ultimately don't make him look good and don't benefit him in any way. Now, in late April, Jason gave an update to his Discord where he said, honestly, the amount of negativity when I do release content for the game doesn't really make me want to work on it more than I am.
But the thing is, you haven't released content in the longest time. You just do hot fixes.
Lots of people acting like the world has ended over an update being delayed on a $10 indie game that's been in development for years is.
And that's the issue though. It might just be a $10 indie game on Steam, but you've had people backing it with a supposed release back in 2017 that got pushed to 2018, and it's still incomplete. Instead of giving them the 5 chapters that you promised, you've given them 2, and then the third one supposedly being at 90% complete since 2018, and you still haven't released that.
Absurd at best, and more than likely just a means to bash me at this point. If you're so invested that you act like an asshole over it, go somewhere else. It's not a means to bash you, it's a reason to bash you. And the people who paid for it aren't gonna go somewhere else. You owe something to them. They paid for a product and they never got it.
If I screw them over, if I lie to them about that stuff,
Then they are well within their right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so.
But he doesn't like it when they do. He just plays victim.
You gotta go over there. The guy's not returning your phone call. I know. They miss a payment. They start acting like they're doing you a favor if they give you anything. And then you gotta spend all your time hounding them. You gotta get your arms around this thing.
In the meantime, streamers who tried to play the game in its current state noticed that despite all the hotfix updates, the game was still fundamentally broken, as you could corrupt your save file by pressing the spacebar in menus or during cutscenes, apparently because the spacebar was the quick save button. The Steam reviews reflected the situation pretty appropriately. After so many years, I forgot about this game. Seems the developer did too. 7 years past the original release date. Updates consist mostly of added some dialogue, which then is being listed scene by scene on the Steam updates to inflate the otherwise empty patch notes. Developer is openly hostile to any criticism, bans anyone who dares to not pat him on the back or kiss his ass. It makes no sense for a 2D RPG story-rich game to have these extremely minimal, barren monthly updates. While he generally didn't engage with the negative reviews, when someone brought up a sensitive topic, he went out of his way to respond. Such was the case when a user brought up how inconvenient and pointless his
I didn't break any rules at all and remained respectful throughout my analysis and reasoning. I've gone through the DRM that this relies on, which is Steam achievements, which is the biggest hurdle to get this game on GOG. This DRM is rather blind since it is general and requires Steam to be active at all times. These achievements could be unlocked with tools like Steam Achievement Manager. It defeats the point of playing since the game checks for specific values and flags constantly.
Steam achievement-based DRM to prevent piracy actually was, considering it was for an unfinished 2D RPG Maker game with not that much public interest. Jason instantly locked the topic on Steam and gave a one-line response.
Not interested in releasing anything outside of Steam until Heartbound is complete.
Saying that he had no interest
then
in adapting the game
freaking
for
complete it then,
platforms outside
innit?
of Steam. While the updates eventually started coming out again, it was more of the same.
Polished all the interactions, added some bonus interactions, updated Steam should fix some of the issues.
With no third chapter in sight. Heartbound, along with Jason's reputation as a game dev, was dead and buried. And the final nail in the coffin was a YouTuber named Coding Jesus.
Coding
who released some
Jesus.
videos reviewing Heartbound's code and concluding that the game is simply unfinishable. These code reviews turned into a whole situation of their own, as Jason's fans apparently tried to take Coding Jesus's videos down.
They've started brigading my channel and mass reporting videos on multiple platforms. Since neither Jason nor his fans have actual arguments against my videos, they resort to smears, ad hominems, and shady tactics in order to get the videos removed. This video in particular, debunking Jason's ray tracing solution for his 2D game, was flagged as selling illicit goods.
Many people believe that this game will
What?
never be finished. Every day, it's looking less and less likely that the third chapter will ever come out, and the fourth and fifth are beyond consideration. The game is so doomed that its Wikipedia page has recently been deleted, and that's because the majority of the wiki was made by him, causing an obvious conflict of interest. But as bad as this is just the first jab that led to Jason's ultimate knockout. The second jab was an interview, or maybe consultation he did, with content creator psychologist
I saw this
Dr.
as
K.
well.
You guys probably know who Dr. K is.
Basically
He's interviewed
saying
a lot
he's
of
like an
different Twitch
egomaniac
streamers
or
and decided
something.
to basically psychoanalyze them on a live stream. And honestly, I have no idea why Jason chose to do this, but here's a snippet of how the conversation went when the topic of Jason's arrogance was brought up.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued in as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
During this interview, Dr. K
Look how
kept trying
annoyed
to
he
probe
looks
into
at
the
that.
controversies that Jason was involved in to try and understand what processes led to his current situation, and Jason kept feeding him incomplete answers. Dr. K picked up on this and pointed it out as blind spots in his narrative, but ultimately he never managed to cut through, as Jason couldn't wrestle his way out of his defensive delusion.
Right? So we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when
He's not. Yeah, he's just not identifying where he's wrong.
and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. I go, here's in this post.
No. What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing. Your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I
code.
think that the people that are still.
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
You don't need to search.
He
harder
just
for
doesn't
something
want to
special.
listen, does he?
You just need Etsy.
He just wants to sit there and be like, oh no, they're wrong.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective.
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think. I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post I said I did this wrong. Here on this video I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay? So, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus.
As Dr. K was
Just doesn't
gridlocked
want to
by
focus.
Jason's unbreakable narc aura, their conversation came to a dissatisfactory ending. The gist of it is Jason overemphasizes the instances in which he's justified and others are wrong, and minimizes every instance where that's not the case. Even if he acknowledges them, he plays them down, like the WoW situation. While remaining mostly technically correct about the details, this is a kind of doublespeak, using tiny morsels of truth to convey an overall dishonest narrative while ignoring what goes against it. A month later, this second jab was followed by a devastating cross. But in order to get it, we have to establish a tiny bit of context. Back in February, Jason made a video retreading the wingless Emoto drama about Second Life, among other controversies. Although he correctly explains that him and Emoto were on good terms and that nothing illegal ever happened during that situation, he leaves out some key details about why this was even brought up in the first place. One key component of the testimonies from other SL people was that he was a freaky furry, as we covered much earlier in the video.
Oh, yep.
However, there's no mention of this in the video whatsoever. But why is this relevant? Well, because people realize that although Jason did his damnedest to completely erase any trace of him taking part in the furry community from the internet, this same effort was not carried out by his significant other, Shay. Shay's Second Life profile, which was still up, listed Jason as partner, and listed the groups they were a part of. One of these groups was TDAC Wild Dogs, a group for ferals to congregate. Now, a feral is a furry who prefers their sona to have the anatomy of an animal, as opposed to anthros who prefer their sonas to be humanoid. A lot of people found this concerning because a cursory look through Shay's accounts on other furry websites lead to a fur affinity account named Necrophile. This account not only identifies Shay by name, but has a picture of Shay as the profile ID. Now, if you check the gallery of this fur affinity account, you immediately find a lot of not safe for work art. Some of them depicting
I'm glad he
animals in
censored
diapers,
it. I don't want to see that
otherwise
shit.
They're clearly meant to be children. This page has since been hidden by Shay. All of this is to establish that both Shay and Jason are unconventional, to say the least, when it comes to intimate relations. This brings us to the Lyric Wolf allegations. Before I even get into it, I'd like to preface it with the fact that Lyric Wolf was not a minor, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against Jason for sexual impropriety. Over a long Twitter thread and an accompanying website, Lyric claims that Jason and Shay worked together to have Lyric commit to an exclusive relationship with Jason, despite this degree of commitment not being shared by him. These efforts supposedly culminated in Thor being intimate with Lyric Wolf in a hotel room during TwitchCon. A day later, when Lyric was walking around with Shay, but Jason wasn't there, Shay mentioned he had a secret wife. This supposed secret wife would then be a third person Jason was simultaneously with during this time. When Lyric brought this up to Jason, he instantly became standoffish and hostile, although he didn't exactly deny he had a wife either. Lyric then went back to Shay and communicated what happened, but in the process of doing so, Shay discovered that Jason had been intimate with Lyric, which apparently was a violation of whatever relationship arrangement this kind of thing is, where Jason was supposed to communicate whenever he'd be with someone else. Now, after they fell apart, Lyric
these
admittedly
fucked up
lied to
people,
PayPal
man.
to make a chargeback to a donation he'd made to the
Not contacted to discuss his interest in a chargeback until early March. Speaking to PayPal representatives, the case was not open until March 6th. As an artist who has received chargeback numerous times and had to file a few of my own, that is not how that works.
Pirate Software Studios. And Jason responded by making a DMCA against Lyric's YouTube channel, which culminated in some public back and forth that never got any attention. Both of Jason's responses from 2019 and 2025 focus exclusively.
After 5 years, you've come back to try pushing this LARP again because I'm a big creator now. It didn't work in 2020 because everyone called you on your shit, and it's not going to work now. You were a massive donator to a game in the very beginning and tried to use that to get close to both River Makes and myself. It worked and we were good friends for a bit there. When you were in the sphere of friendship, you tried to push that into something sexual and I turned you down. After that, you went after Shay and made her so uncomfortable that she panics when thinking about the convention center to this day. Doesn't want to go to conventions anymore. Then you charged back all your donations and tried to cripple our studio. Your own BF at the time warned us with how toxic and dangerous you were. Dude wasn't wrong. You spent the last 4 months working on this hit piece website as a show on your GitHub and the last 5 years trying to form the perfect argument to take me down. Before that, you edited our logs and made up some weird hypersexual cartoon of who I am. Hell, your own website has you talking in third person and typing as if you're speaking from my perspective all over it. This shit is unhinged and pathetic.
Else. Whatever the
Somehow,
case
I
may
think
be,
there's a lie
the
in there.
extremely extensive chat logs Lyric uploaded seem legitimate and contained original pictures of Jason found in them that cannot be found available online. Additionally, Lyric shared court records that prove Jason was indeed married at the time this story took place. While these claims ultimately aren't that scathing, Jason clearly put forth an inordinate effort toward maintaining a furry ERP harem exclusively committed to him while keeping all of it a secret. But despite not being too damning as far as accusations go, you can imagine how this further lowered his standing in the public eye. If the previous controversy was a KO, this whole thing was a hammer fist follow-up shot. If he ever had a chance to regain his audience, that chance was quickly slipping. Fortunately, not all was bad, because his catastrophic downfall served as fuel for the Stop Killing Games campaign. As 1 year after their initial clash, Ross decided that, as the deadline for the EU petition was approaching, it was time to finally put his thoughts about pirate software into a video. As it turns out, despite how much Jason's anti-Stop Killing Games campaign was a PR nightmare for him, he enjoyed sort of a Pyrrhic victory against SKG, as according to Ross, Jason's video was effective in drying up the initiative signatures. Despite how justified Ross was,
I do remember when it first came out, it did kind of impact Stop Killing Games quite a lot.
SKG was doomed to fail. Or was it? Well, if this was purposeful on Ross's part to get Jason talking about it again, it worked, as Jason made a tweet doubling down on his original stance in as ignorant a way as ever, explicitly saying he will never talk to Ross and considers the entire thing rage bait. Jason immediately regretted this decision and took his tweet down, crying and complaining to his hug box about the hate, but it was too late. The same day this little exchange was going down, none other than Moist Critical decided to signal boost SKG to the tune of a little under 4 million views, which poured gasoline, paint thinner, and lighter fluid on the fire of support for SKG and hatred for pirate software. After taking down his tweet, Jason also took down his stream and fired up another one to get rid of any of his engagement with the Ross video, which is kind of funny considering this clip.
Never accept responsibility? No, I 100% accept responsibility for my own words. That's why I left those videos up, and I'm not taking them down.
As his audience was simply not large enough to counteract all the negative feedback he got whenever he streamed or tweeted, he holed himself up in his Discord server, where he melted down for the rest of the day. Eventually, he went back on Twitter to double down on his stance, not out of courage to stand up to the majority, but instead because he has no other motives in his repertoire. Among his reiteration of his points, he blatantly
every single issue this dude has been in, every single drama, all he has to do is just say, you know what, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Just own up to your mistake. That's all you've got to do, and people wouldn't hate you as much as they do now.
What's interesting here is, despite saying many times he would never be willing to engage
a lot of people
engage with Ross, Jason kept replying to him on Twitter, fishing for a gotcha moment that never came. This means that he was perfectly okay with engaging with Ross. He's just not okay with doing it on stream. During this period, Jason was extremely tense and sensitive during streams, banning anyone he even suspected was going to be negative towards him.
EDAGFTDNADGFSNM with $10 said you should remember what Dr. K.
Enough of that.
Hello and welcome to the Artist Opus.
Wow, just banning someone for mentioning Dr. K, really?
Within 1 day of his first video on SKG, Charlie made a second video, this time focusing more on Jason.
Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. And
I'm wrong, but I'm doubling down anyway.
To talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was
he just doesn't listen, does he?
Games, and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. We got nowhere.
Despite Charlie making it a point to mention he wasn't going to leak their DMs, the first thing Jason did upon the release of the video was...
All I'm going to say is when you're trying to speak to someone privately and the first thing they do is leak DMs, They're just not good people. You can't trust them.
Leak their DMs to his Discord server. Given Charlie mentions that Jason repeatedly tried to get him to challenge him, I think what Jason intended to get out of this from the first moment he made contact was getting a debate stream with Charlie. When that didn't happen, and Charlie nonchalantly put him down in a video, which was pretty fair considering Jason's attitude, he settled for the next best thing, villainizing him in his hug box. If you actually read what Jason...
You feel I misinformed people and I feel I didn't. Your way or the highway goes both ways. Posting a video response instead of continuing to talk with me, it's absolutely high school behavior. I was hoping to have an actual conversation with you, but both of us are stubborn and neither of us understand one another clearly. Now that you sent your fan base after move that, I'm done chatting them.
Here, he's complaining that
what a
Charlie
fucking
didn't
child.
Just continue to talk
What
to
a
him
child.
about this indefinitely, as if the two were friends, which may have been what Jason wanted ultimately. After all, for a year at this point, he did everything to avoid talking to someone about SKG directly. But when Charlie, one of the people with the most clout online, reached out, suddenly he's talking. A few days after this controversy involving Charlie went down, former Blizzard dev designer Dave came out in support of SKG. Finally, a real Blizzard dev with over 20 years of experience. This guy
don't tell
actually did
Pirate
20
Software.
years too. Unbelievable.
First and foremost, as a game designer, I have a vested interest in my work remaining in the public eye in some fashion. I honestly don't care if it's pirated or sold without any compensation returning to me, because pretty much everything I've worked on is pirated or sold without any compensation for me. So, what I care about is that people get to play and enjoy that work. What Stop Killing Games is trying to do is change EU laws that are currently vague, which allow companies to abandon their games while the people who purchase them may never be able to play them again without some form of piracy. All that the initiative desires to do is to require these companies to have some form of end-of-life measures so that people who paid money
it's
for these
really
games
not
can
that
continue to play
that
them long
negative.
after
All
the
it
development
is
team
giving
moved on.
games
Hearing
away
from people
that
with actual boots
you
on
can
the ground
play them
knowledge
after
speak
the
on this
company
topic
stops
is like
supporting the
water
game.
to a man dying of thirst in the desert.
Instead of just having like games where, you know, they stop supporting them and then you can't buy it, you can't play it. The copy that you've got, you can't actually play. But look at how many times, like, for example, Assassin's Creed games on Steam have been taken away, and that means that you can't play them on Steam, and you can't, in some cases, if you had it, it gets removed from your library as well temporarily.
Next came the YouTube channel GNCA, who collabed with Ross to promote SKG. Then, a KF user named Definitely Not Me made a design for a pro SKG poster based on the guy from Postal, and the studio behind the Postal games retweeted it and officially supported the movement, leading to memes such as this one.
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition?
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Then PewDiePie
that's
and
beautiful.
Jacksepticeye made community posts mobilizing their audience to go sign the petition. With
Yeah, I
Jack
saw
making an
PewDiePie
entire
and
YouTube video
Jacksepticeye
promoting the initiative, which now says it over
supported
1
it as
million
well.
views, where he mentions Pirate Software by name.
Someone like Pirate Software has gone out and done a horrible video on it, misrepresenting what it is.
It's almost unbelievable to see the sheer volume of support for not just the initiative, but also for Ross. He was basically screaming about this for 5 years and having to put up with people like Pirate Software trying to dunk on him for it before the initiative ever saw any significant success. The first benefits of this wave first hit the localized UK petition, which within just a couple of weeks skyrocketed from 16,000 signatures
We got it,
all the
boys.
way to the
We got it.
required 100,000, which meant it would be
We got
brought
the
before
100K
Parliament.
over
When this
here.
happened, the company Jason was working for at the time, Off-Brand Games, started suffering consequences for its...
The thing is, though, right? So I know. So this tweet here by Ludwig says that they're getting shit for it, and then they're getting like review bombed. But I've seen it where someone actually shows like over a period of time, showing that it's not true. So they're just trying to say that people are review bombing the game, but the reviews don't match
association to Jason
that
to
of
the
a
point
review
where
bomb.
Ross posted to Reddit asking for people not to punish the company and its games for Jason's stupidity. Unsurprisingly, he got fired or stepped down from the company and profusely mauled about it on Discord, while he banned anyone that mentioned anything negative in his Twitch chat. As he clammed up completely and his sycophantic followers continued to make increasingly delusional responses to criticism, the collective efforts of Reddit, Kiwi Farms, European gamers, and gamers in general, and a number of YouTubers who went out of their way to support the movement, and probably most importantly, the continuous efforts of Ross over the course of half a decade, Stop Killing Games managed to rally a massive amount of support.
Got it.
In May,
We got
they were
it.
just a few months away from their deadline and only had 400,000 signatures, 1 million signatures away from the goal. It looked like it was over. But you know what they say about what's inside every "it's over"?
In the midst of "it's so over," I found there was, within me, an invincible "we're so back."
In under 2 months, the glistening, white-hot hatred of hundreds of thousands of people for one smarmy, furry pseudo-game dev made itself manifest. And just like that, by July 3rd, the initiative got to over 1 million signatures.
Yeah.
Just as Ross published his major update to the campaign, Louis Rossmann re-entered the fold and started avidly promoting and donating to his cause, followed by none other than the original creator of Skibbity Toilets. With this final push, the initiative met its final destination: 1,400,000 verified signatures.
Let's
While this was
go.
all just literally an initiative, it's a major step forward in a conversation that just
Yeah, it's
wouldn't
not
have
gonna
happened
guarantee
were it
they'll
not
do
for an
it, but-
extremely unlikely set of circumstances. The perfect storm. Now, after
Yeah,
this happened,
it's,
there were a few developments to Jason's online
you know,
presence.
there's no
Since his game is
guarantee it
probably
will-
dead and his popularity on
will
YouTube was
achieve
well
what
on
we
its way to
want,
meet
but
the
at
same
least
fate,
the
he had made
people are
his
being
last
vocal
stand on
about it.
Twitch. But even that has started to look sour. For the time being, this is probably one of the best outcomes this story could have. SKG succeeded, and Ross is drawing a lot of eyes to the right places, while Jason, not Thor, Hall's online presence has been relegated to his Twitch worshippers, a number of people which seems to be dwindling to this day. With that, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
20.
We have a new shirt available at turkeytom.shop. This is the Simeon's Gym shirt for all of you alpha males out there. For all of you ape enjoyers
monkey.
out there. For all of you Simeon silverback gorillas out there. It's available for a limited time only at turkeytom.shop. This is very high quality merch. Everybody's gonna want it. If you don't get it, then you might be gay. It's got a very cool esoteric design that very few will understand, but those who do, so get it before it's gone. But hey, if you miss it, no big deal. You can always get these Stop Gooning hats, which are still in stock. Would you like a hat? Would you like a hat? He's still gooning is the thing about him. Just hang it right there.
There we are. One stopped.
TurkeyTom.shop.
Definitely wouldn't get too close to the bull.
What they don't know is that my girlfriend has a bull in her personal life as well. So grab the shirt now and the hats at turkeytom.shop. I repeat, turkeytom.shop.
Right. I'm gonna link the video. Absolutely brilliant video, honestly. I like yeah. It actually provided so much information about what's been going on with Pirate Software and why he's been in so many controversies. Honestly, the way I kind of look at it is, it seems like time and time again he gets an opinion of something without actually like looking into it properly, and then rather than like taking the time to look into it properly or even like admit when he's wrong, he just doubles down. And like even when he's apologizing, instead of like apologizing, it's like he's apologizing followed by but. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, but it wouldn't have happened if you agree with me and you made it more clear. But you know, so like his biggest enemy is himself, and he puts himself in those positions. Like take for example the World of Warcraft situation. In the full clip when they're running, he makes like because soda popping goes over it, he like reviews it, and during that he's pointing out that like he uses a level 3 Blizzard instead of a level 1, where a level 1 costs less mana and the slow is still the same value. What actually increases is the mana cost and the damage it does. So in a situation where you're trying to kite the mobs out of the dungeon so your party can get out safely, all he had to do was use a level 1 for the slow, and then that would have left him more mana. There's also a series after that where he starts like spamming his barrier, his ice shield, his blink, whatever he can to like lose mana. and that obviously results in him like wasting so much mana that could have been used to help his team escape. And then he also had a mana gem and another item he could use to recover mana, and chose not to use them. In fact, I think he had the one equipped and then he unequipped it and re-equipped it. So because what normally happens is when you've got a trinket, when you change it to another trinket, that trinket will go on cooldown for a set period of time, and then you can use the trinket. So he did it so he wouldn't be able to use the mana gem. It's really bad behavior, but yeah, brilliant video. Don't forget to go give it a watch and a like if you like it. In fact, why am I not subscribed? I thought I was subscribed, to be fair. Yeah, let's just give it a like and a sub. But yeah, go do that as well. Absolutely brilliant. Anyway, let's switch over. Yeah, I'm probably, what time are we on? Oh shit, is that the time? Yeah, I'm gonna have to end it here actually. I'll just quickly look for someone to raid. But yeah, brilliant video. I got no complaints. It was a long one, but it was very informative and gave us a lot of insight into Mr. Software himself. So yeah, good to see. To raid. I just raid someone off my. I don't know who to raid actually. I'll just find someone in just chatting actually. Yeah, I've enjoyed this just chatting stream today. I think we'll do more in the future, to be fair. It's nice and relaxed, and like we don't have to focus too heavily on games. Oh god. Let's put it was it doing it? Sort by. Why is it sorting, but why can I only sort it by recommended for you and high to low, not low to high? Okay, let me scroll down because I'm not gonna raid someone with over 3k viewers right now. Find someone. I don't know who to raid, to be honest. Who's got a like cool model? I normally just raid someone with a cool model. Keep it simple, innit? Yo, there's a Scottish VTuber. I'm gonna raid them. Okay, let's drop the raid. Yeah, it's been pretty nice today, to be fair. Obviously I don't really do just chatting that often, but it's been nice and casual. Watched a couple of videos, chatted for a bit, so can't really complain. I'll be back tomorrow. I have got Wu Chang written down, but we'll probably do a bit more just chatting and then do some gaming. Probably won't watch a like long in-depth video like we've done today. Probably a couple of short ones and chat, and then game. But yeah, yeah, it's been pretty nice. Anyway, let's start the raid. Oh, what a day, eh? But yeah, yeah, obviously I've got some plans for streams now where, like I said, we're going to be moving away from playing single player games as much. If I do play single player games as much, I'm not going to be putting myself in a position where I try to like play the entire game on stream. I'm just going to like play it a bit here and there, because I do think that it kind of forces us into a situation where I'm basically like playing the entire game on stream and only the game. And I know like some people like that content, but I think the majority of viewers aren't a huge fan. So we'll be doing like more kind of like cooperative games like Marvel Rivals, Naraka, League, maybe Supervive. I've been playing Supervive a bit and it's enjoyable, but I don't know, I haven't really seen too many people interested in it. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, and take it easy till then. So see ya.